is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Justin Rose leads the Masters by 3. It's 7 under through round 1 at Augusta. Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler, and Luke and Oberg all in second place at 4 under par. Rory McIlroy was also 4 under par, but he had 2 double bogeys in his final 4 holes, so he ends up at even par at the end of the day. Sabres fall 3-2 in Columbus last night, breaking their 5-game winning streak. Columbus stays live in the playoff race for now, although they're at like 1%. Sabres led 2-0 in the game, but fall. Sabres at Panthers tomorrow at 6 o'clock in Florida. We'll have pregame starting at 5 here on WGR. In the NFL, no surprise, the TJ Watt Instagram photo on Wednesday was contract-related. Ian Rappaport reporting that Watt and Pittsburgh have been talking extension, and Watt does not like how those contract talks have been going. Some legal stuff in football. The NFL has requested the 911 tape of the most recent domestic dispute involving Tyreek Hill, and they could suspend him under the personal conduct policy, regardless of if he is charged. He has never been suspended in the NFL. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond, who's been a projected second-rounder, the Bills have had him in for a visit. He turned himself in on a sexual assault warrant yesterday for him in Frisco, Texas. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealer. If I said your ticket to the Masters is you have to eat an egg salad sandwich while you're there, you would do it.
If you say eat this egg salad full sandwich?
Full sandwich. You have to eat it while you're on the grounds at Augusta.
Nope, not doing it.
Unbelievable.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
A whole sandwich?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
You'll probably never win tickets to the Masters in your life.
You know what else I'll never do is eat a full egg salad sandwich.
Jeremy White.
Put the tickets on the table so when we make the offer next year. Do it. I'll prove it. Anybody that wins the lottery, come into the studio and make the offer. I'll prove it. I won't do it.
Joe DiBiase.
What if I made it for you and one other person?
Does the other person eat the sandwich?
No, only you have to eat the sandwich.
No.
Have some heart.
I would love to. I'd love to do something that is easy for normal people and get to play Augusta. I could not physically do it.
Be a man.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. It's Fun Hat Friday in addition to being Masters Friday.
Yes. And this is my first forego into that. And did not think about headphones when I wore a bucket hat. I think this is what I'm going with.
I mean,
I don't know what else to do.
It looks like you're wearing a bonnet.
A bonnet?
Yeah.
Well, that's not what I was going for.
Well, with the headphones pinning it down,
right?
It's very.
I mean, without the headphones, it looks fine, right? But the second, like, how does one go around underneath?
Yeah.
They don't really stay though. All right, we're wearing a bonnet then today.
Well,
you just got a simple, good corduroy hat on.
Corduroy Wayland hat.
Yeah. Masters colors.
A little flatter brim than I normally rock with, but looking at this,
yeah, you go very curved.
I'm a curved guy. I wear some flats, but not a lot. Looking at the feed right now, I got to say, I think I'm pulling it off, so I'm happy. It's a successful day today.
Yeah, I think you're doing fine. You're doing better than some others did at Augusta yesterday.
Yes, we will of course do that. Josh got the cowboy hat on. It's Cowboy Hat Friday.
How are you? He's not wearing headphones with a cowboy hat either. You've got them on underneath.
I gotta hold them up. I do like the old timey headphone or the old timey telephones where you have the one from the way back.
Where you hold one.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with
one
that.
hand's got the ear up and then the other's got the mic.
Yeah, like this.
Before you ask if I ever talked on one of those,
that was my next question.
No, but I would have seen him on Lassie. Where you
Lassie.
Dial up the old phone. Hey, Ginny, where's so-and-so?
To us, Lassie is the exact same era as what you're talking about.
Oh, Lassie's before I was born. I watched it on Nick at Night or whatever it was, which,
Lassie.
Have fun with that. So anyway, good morning. Happy Friday. It's the Sabres lost, and there's NFL stuff. TJ Watt's real. We'll talk with Brian Koziel at 6:30. Masters Thursday in the books. Masters Friday on the way.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are. Happy Friday.
My favorite prospect for the Bills has a sexual assault thing going on right now, which is not great.
I saw that. That's very much teams are going to do their due diligence scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what he does to Isaiah Bond is who you're talking about here.
Isaiah Bond from Texas.
Yep. Turned himself in and claims he'll be cleared. So, there's that, of course. And we've got plenty to get to along the way. Draft guest at 9 o'clock. We're inside 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tonight, we'll be at Wayland for our night 2 of our draft party. We got a Rory meltdown on the course.
Yes, we did.
Yep.
I mean, we shouldn't be that stunned, should we?
No, except this one was. This one was.
It was early.
It was a mistake of process more than anything. It wasn't just.
Yeah, right.
He made a dumb decision, which golf, that can happen.
And then two doubles in his last 4 holes.
Yeah, it's
tough. He was in second.
Yeah.
And if he loses by a couple strokes on Sunday, then everyone's going to remember Thursday.
The story,
unless there's something else on Sunday.
The story is that pretty much every Masters winner is in the top 10, or also within 4 strokes of the lead. But that's kind of tough because Justin Rose has a kind of a big lead. So I don't know if that one's going to hold up. But usually, if you're going to win the Masters, you're in the top 10 after round 1. There's not a lot of movement after round 1. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, there are. Well, okay, never mind. No, we're good. Top 10 would go down to, I was going to say, there are 15 guys tied for 11th right now, but we're not going to 11th. If we're just going top 10, then we've got our field. Because then you go Michael Kim and Fred Couples, Brian Harmon, Patrick Reed, Max Grazerman, Minwoo Liu, Bubba Watson, Matt McCarthy, Denny McCarthy, Daniel Berger, Matt Fitzpatrick, Sanjay M, Victor Hovland, Shane Lount. All these guys are tied.
Well, let's hope that it goes to 11th now, because that'd be better to get all those guys in.
Yeah, they're all 6-pack. That group that I just read off is all at 1 under.
Rose shot 7 under while bogeying 18, which is always kind of funny. Like, hey, you're in front. You had a great round, better than anybody. Also, you blew the last hole. It's tough.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Freddie
Couples. Gotta love that guy.
I mean, you are literally required to.
You have to, yeah.
If you watch golf, it's a law. You have to like Fred Couples and celebrate his successes.
Yeah. He did it yesterday. He hits a 200-yard... Actually, it was less than that, wasn't it? It was like 191. Hybrid out of the fairway, 191, which you do not see on the PGA Tour, obviously.
That's right.
You see, like, what would DeChambeau hit from 191?
A 9-iron?
Like, honestly.
Yeah.
So Couples has a hybrid out. Does he not wear a glove ever, or is it just in that instance? Because I noticed he's not wearing a glove, and he's got a yellow ball, and he puts it in at the Masters without a glove, hybrid from 190, and a yellow ball. Freddie. That's it. Just say Freddie.
Freddie. Scheffler's going to win. Pretty much. That's how it's going to go.
Yeah?
Scheffler's going to win. Yep.
You would take Scheffler over the field right now?
It's over. Scheffler's going to win. He's plus 200 at FanDuel. Scheffler's going to win.
Oberg is right there with him, and that guy's super talented.
He is. Scheffler's going to win. 3 out of 4. I was walking in the building this morning thinking about what Jim Nance's call will be. Scotty for 3, or who knows. But, yeah, Scotty's going to win.
All right. I'm not as confident as you are. The odds would even tell you that the field is favored over him.
Sure. We're 1 round in and he's 3 strokes back, but you can go ahead and book it.
Yeah.
I would. It's not a bad leaderboard. I mean, if this is Sunday, Rose, Connors, Scheffler, Oberg, DeChambeau, Hatton, that's a good 6.
I think the 2 guys being in there that would keep me hesitant from just saying Scheffler's got it is Oberg and DeChambeau being right there with him are 2 guys that I feel like can keep up. I don't know that Rose can keep up through 4 days like that. Connors is always really good in this tournament. But Oberg and DeChambeau, to me, are like, those are the talent guys that you're going to need to go toe-to-toe with Scheffler over the next 3 days. Because, a Hatton or Aaron Ray, like, these are not guys that I would consider likely to beat him over the course of the next 3 days.
Yeah.
But DeChambeau and Oberg really especially, right? Because he's supposed to be the next star, but he hasn't really done it in a major yet. Like, he's been in contention. He's been in the leaderboard, but he didn't have, he's never had the lead that I can remember.
No, he just won the Genesis, which was his 2nd win. Yeah, if he were to win the Masters, it'd be his, stamp moment. Like, here I am. I'm here now. And it'd be huge. Like, life-changing, of course, as it is for anybody, but career-changing. And he'd be much more of a household name once he did that. Anyway, hey, good morning. It's raining.
Yeah.
No. It's not gonna be a washout this weekend though. Tomorrow will be, chilly-ish, but not rainy. And Sunday, 50 and not rainy. Mm-hmm. So the good news is, while it feels like all of the water on the planet has fallen in the last 5 days, that's true. There's no more left to fall after today, so it's going to get a little nicer out there. That's good. Sabres lost. I want to try on a comparison I made last night that I think is amazingly perfect, if I can toot my own horn.
Okay.
The Sabres are the Bengals this year. This year's Sabres are this year's Bengals.
In that, why? Because they're the team you don't want to play in the playoffs?
They're the
freakishly, make it?
amazingly good offensive team that got hot late is not going to make it. And if they did, the team that played them would have to be a little bit worried about, we're going to watch out. These guys can hit on anybody. They're having the same season. Why'd the Bengals miss the playoffs? Mm-hmm. A terrible start. Why are the Sabres going to miss the playoffs? A terrible middle. One stretch.
Yeah.
This year's Bengals. Star power? Burrow and Chase. I mean, Dahlin and Thompson probably don't quite rate like that. It's not the same. But you have two unbelievable players and a couple other nice pieces, and then maybe some stuff I could get better at. But they're the Bengals.
The ownership stuff might be a good comparison, like the questions about what their problems are.
Just 1 year. We're not looking at franchises. The 1 year. This year's Sabres are this year's Bengals.
Yeah, I don't mind it. The difference, I think, would be that I bet the way a Bills fan thought of the Bengals before the wild card round, going into Week 18, didn't the Bengals have like an 8% chance?
Well,
they were alive, but not likely to make it.
But the point you're about to make is about to include other years because Bills fans have baggage about the Bengals. Mm-hmm. That's why you're afraid of the Bengals. Baggage. They beat you.
Then don't even make it the Bills. Make it anybody in the playoffs.
The Chiefs? Baggage.
Yeah, okay. What about Houston, for instance? Or did Baltimore won the division? Baltimore playing against Cincinnati. They beat them twice earlier in the year, but they were both really close games.
Right.
Anybody would have looked at the Bengals and Burrow, and part of this is because they've won before and they've made it to the Super Bowl.
Right, that's a big part of it.
And their respect factor for that would have been, that's the team I want no part of in the first round. I don't think that's limited to the Bills. And would any single team or fan base that's in the Eastern Conference playoffs tell you that they would be worried at all about the Sabres if they were in the playoffs? If they had been 6 points closer when this streak started and they squeaked in over Montreal, would anybody tell you they'd be more afraid of the Sabres than Montreal? Montreal's got those. Cole Caulfield scored 40 goals this year. These other teams have guys of Dahlin and Thompson's caliber. Lane Hutson's probably going to win the Calder. That dude's already like one of the 10 best defensemen in hockey. So I'm not saying that it's completely wrong. I just don't know that anyone else would view them that way.
You're still including other years, though. I mean, I know it's not a perfect comparison, but why is any of that true of Cincinnati? I mean, I sat here and told Bills fans, don't get so worked up about the Bengals. They stink. They're not that good. Their offense is amazing, but they're not good. They are with their record. It says they are. Any fear of them, no matter who you are, is going to be because, well, they have won in the playoffs, and they have gone to the Super Bowl. And, the Sabres obviously don't have anything close to that. But would any team be afraid of the Sabres? No, of course not. Not at all. Why would they be? But that said, who's the team that made it in instead of the Bengals? It was the Denver Broncos, who got beat by 35 in the opening round game. Mm-hmm. And the other team that made it in was the Chargers, who did what? Went out right away in the first game. Like, I'm not here to tell you if the Sabres got in, they would beat Washington, who locked up the one spot. They probably wouldn't. But yeah, it would be a fun series to watch. Would they win a game?
Well,
would they win two? Would Reimer?
What would they do?
Would Reimer pull on the Yaroslav Halak mask?
Well, he'd definitely start game one, right? He would definitely start game one. If they were in, he would start game one.
Was it Halak? I always make this mistake.
Halak from Montreal.
It was right. They were an 8 seed.
Yeah,
and Halak stole that series. Mm-hmm. And this would be a team, the Sabres. Again, like, I'm not trying to give them too much credit. I promise. But if the Sabres were to get into the postseason, it would be interesting to see if they could still score like this. Because now if you want to make a comparison to the Bills, I've got one. The Bills go to the AFC Championship game and lose, and if you try to tell anyone their offense needs a piece, they'll say, what are you talking about? The offense is amazing. Is that true of the Sabres too? Would this offense, would the attack they have offensively translate to postseason hockey? If they made it. If they made it, would they lose every game 5-3, 5-4? Because they can score and they don't get their saves.
It's a good question because one thing I'm thinking of immediately is the playoffs is when power plays dry up, right?
Right, and their power play's not any good.
Right, advantage Sabres because all their goals are at even strength. Thompson.
Now you're onto something.
I saw yesterday, Thompson has the highest, the highest rate of even strength goals
per 60 since 2007.
Which is like when they started tracking it. Yes. Like he's got one of the best even strength seasons ever. But on the other hand, I don't know what they would look like in a playoff setting because what would they do when the intensity ramps up by tenfold and you're getting blasted every time you touch the puck and the physicality of the series goes up by a lot. I'm not saying they would do poorly. I just don't know what it would look like. So I might bet that they would still score because they're so good at even strength. Reminder though, we talked about this the other day. Their advanced numbers are not really there during the stretch when they have been scoring. So this is actually before yesterday's game, but before the 9 games where they'd won 8 of 9, the stretch where they won 8 of 9 just recently before last night. They were number 1 in the NHL in goals in that span. Everything else, they were 23rd in shots, 28th in shot attempts, they were 29th in expected goals for, 17th in power play percentage, so I guess that went up a little bit. But nothing else showed, this is a dominant offensive team, other than they were finishing. And that does count, and that does matter. And the Stars were the guys finishing. I mentioned this the other day. They're not scoring off guys' legs. They're ripping pucks home. Thompson's got highlight reel plays every night. So there should be credit for that. I don't know, though. I'm not so confident that it would just translate immediately to the playoffs if they had found a way to squeak in.
It is.
I wish we could find out one of these years.
Right. It is one of the things. And again, they lost last night, so the win streak is over and whatever. They were out of the playoffs before. It'd be one thing if they lost and that's what knocked them out, even though, again, they were never like more than 1% to make it.
Since the new year.
No. If they got to the playoffs, we got a chance to see it. You know who will get that chance? Ottawa and Montreal. Mm-hmm. They will get the testing of, let's see what you do in the playoffs. Ottawa is likely to play Toronto.
Right now, they would play Toronto, and Tampa's 3 points back of that.
Ottawa's going to get a real honest-to-goodness playoff series, likely against Toronto, and Montreal's going to get one against Washington.
Right.
They'll get that testing. That's something that, Paul talks about this, or has in years past. The playoffs are a process, and maybe the Sabres are in good shape next year, and maybe we can all convince ourselves that they're going to have a season where they're at least in the race like Detroit was this year, where Detroit's season pretty much ended the same day as the Sabres season, except they went from, maybe 30% to 0% versus 1% to 0%. But the last 2 seasons, Detroit has had races, and they've been in it. The last 2 seasons for Detroit have been like the Sabres season with Levi, where you really were in it until the end and then ultimately faltered. It'd be nice, though.
Last year, they really blew it. They were in a spot like all year, and then they went on that losing streak at the end.
It'd be nice to have that instead, where you're not trying to make it up the whole way, but you are in front and trying to hold on to that spot.
Right.
That's dramatic, and, the idea that you're going to make it is always at least 50%.
That's something that last night's opponent had. Columbus was in a spot for a lot of the year, and they blew it recently. So, the Sabres haven't had that. How many days have they spent in a playoff spot past the new year? Like in the last 5 years. It wasn't much.
It's not many.
I don't know. Did they even get into one at any point during that? I think they did for at least a day, didn't they? Because then the Lyubushkin goal put them in a spot 2 years ago. I feel like I remember that. But
in Tampa?
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember that goal. I definitely don't remember if that put them in a spot.
But it wasn't much, even if they had been in a spot for a couple of days. So, my problem with that comparison, though, overall, is just I don't think the Sabres get that level of respect. From and I don't know that their stars do.
Thompson and Dahlin?
Yeah, as much as they should. Especially, I was reading Pierre LeBrun yesterday about how the international decisions have kind of changed in the month since the Four Nations tournament. And the number one, he ranked the players that weren't at the Four Nations that should be at the Olympics. And number one he ranked was Tage Thompson.
Yeah.
Like, no surprise, right? Second in the league in goals, and he wasn't. Chris Kreider made Team USA over him. So he's writing about him, though, and I think he talked to Bill Guerin in the piece, too. And he did write about one thing that could hold Thompson back that's not even his fault is he's never played in a big game. That's what LeBron wrote.
Yeah, good. I mean, these GMs, right?
Right.
Like, I guess he won't know how to do it.
That's
right.
That's what I mean.
Well,
but how much of that is in the league?
Right.
Yeah, like Thompson, like he's great, but yeah, have I ever seen him play a meaningful game? That type of thinking. And I think that's a dumb way to do it, but
It's pretty dumb.
I wonder if, a Capitals fan looks at the Buffalo Sabres and they go, yeah, Thompson's a nice player, but like I've never seen him do it. I've never seen him on national television.
Is this where you tell me that like Sam Lafferty has played in big games?
Right, that's why I'm not here to defend that logic. I think it's ridiculous.
Right.
But
all due respect to Sam Lafferty. Like, let me find him how many postseason games he has in his career. But that's not surprising. Yeah, Lafferty's been in the playoffs 3 times. Has played in 21 playoff games
for Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
yeah.
Pittsburgh, Toronto, and Vancouver. 11 for Vancouver.
Yeah, and tell me he's a great player.
Well, he's played a big game. He's played deep into the playoffs, at least 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, well, we'll see. The Dahlin move last night, the move and all that good stuff. I mean, Peterka, who's ready to have the Peterka, I don't know about conversation or stress. There was that report. There's what I told you, that it wouldn't surprise me if Peterka is the piece the Sabres move. Mm-hmm. If they're going to be a team that's incredible at scoring but needs help on the blue line, or in goal, if you want to talk about that, wouldn't they think, let's take one piece out of our forward group that is about to make $7 million a year and flip it for something on defense to replace what we hoped Samuelsson was going to be? Peterka is what, 7 for 7? Peterka's going to get the Tage contract. He's not as good as Tage, but he's going to get that because the cap's going up, and that's how it's going to work.
Well, he's done about what Tage did by the time Tage got his contract. He's actually done a little more. Thompson signed that deal before his big year. He signed it
38 goals,
38
and 30 assists.
Yeah, so when I mean the big year, I mean like the 47 year.
Yeah.
Right, so he had done nothing for 3 seasons, and then he has that 38 goal season with 68 points. So 68 point season, 38 goals, and he signs that contract. Peterka right now has 68 points this season. But he also did it last year. So, yes, I think absolutely he gets at least the same contract as Tage. I'm kind of I would say I'm stressed about that conversation in the summer because of the smoke that he might not want to stay here long term. Mm-hmm. Like there's smoke about that.
Frank Saravella
even a little bit
reported the term they used at Daily Faceoff was malcontent.
Yeah,
there are a couple of malcontents in Buffalo. I take that for what it's worth.
Right, right. But for me, I'm at a point where that's happened enough, and there is enough logical sense that any player would, be sick of what's been going on here for years. That I would take any of that seriously, or at least be thinking about it.
Yep.
That it could be true, and if it is, then right, I might want to get ahead of that. I might want to trade him. I don't want to trade him. I would, if I were the Sabres, I would want to sign him to a long-term 7-year contract. But if he doesn't want to do that, then I've got to make a decision on what I want to do. Do I want to make it ugly? Do I want to get him on like a 1-year deal?
I mean, they can't afford to make anything ugly again. It hurt him before. The one thing I'll say about this little stretch here, this little run for the Sabres, if it changes the vibes and makes guys like Peterka, whatever, 7 years for $7 million, more open to, no, you know what, I don't want to leave. I think we do have a good thing going here. I would say that has value. Versus, if they cratered out and finished 31st and lost 9 of their last 12 and everybody's miserable all day, all the time, he goes to his agent at the end of the season like, let's make a move. Let's find me an offer sheet. Let's see what we can do out there. I would say that there's the potential for things to be different with that. We'll see. Peterka scored. A contract awaits him. Quinn. Benson continues to be great with Thompson. That line was great last night. They ultimately lose the game So, is what it is.
But heading into the offseason, the top two guys that I'll be watching is Byram and Peterka.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to sign Byram, personally, but we'll see.
Right. And that's he can do the 1 year, take you to UFA status thing.
It could very well be that they both move, and it's that Byram leaves, and they move Peterka to find someone to replace Byram.
You do two separate hockey trades?
Yeah, a little bit.
You trade Byram for a forward, and then you trade Peterka for a defenseman?
I don't know. Maybe that's a little bold. The Sabres aren't exactly one to make these proactive moves.
They do, it's two of them, right? But they have made hockey trades. They've made and this is what we're discussing here. Like because you're not trading Peterka for prospects, and you're not trading Byram for picks and prospects. You're probably going to want to make two hockey trades, and at the least we've seen two examples of Adams being able to pull off a hockey trade. So that would be possible, I think, this summer for them.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. That's our phone number. You want to give us a ring? Brian Koziel coming up, recapping round one of the Masters. We'll take a visit to the green carpet. If you're on YouTube with us, you can see some of the outfits. Sergio Garcia showed up to Augusta dressed as Lightning McQueen. It was very exciting. It's the worst thing you've ever seen. There's a very big scandal in the upside-down hat community.
Oh, man. Scandal is not the right word. Trailblazer, I would say.
Hold on.
Why?
Did you miss the rest of his story?
No.
Oh, buddy, you are in trouble.
Oh, no. Why?
You don't look it up. Don't look it up. What's his name?
What happened? Ballister, right?
Jose Luis Ballister.
Oh,
yeah,
this is perfect. This is perfect. You don't know the rest of the story about him. Great.
The only thing I know is that there was a guy with an upside-down hat at the Masters yesterday in the field.
There's one other thing that happened with him.
What could this even be?
You can't even believe what it is.
Right, what could this even be?
You can't even believe it. You would think I was lying to you. When I tell you, you will think I'm lying.
I don't like this because of how excited it's making him right now. I don't know.
Listen,
I don't like this.
Let's just say you have your upside-down hat trailblazer.
Yeah.
And this is not quite when Aaron Hernandez was arrested and wearing a Nike shirt, and Darren Ravel's like, wow, that's really bad for Nike. This is really bad for the upside-down hat community. Really bad.
I don't like where this is going off that comparison.
Brian Koziel coming up. We'll tell Joe the big news about the upside-down hat guy and what he did at Augusta. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was the Onion. It was real. Yeah, so join us for that reveal. It'll be a great moment for everybody involved. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Call Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Round one of the Masters is in the books, and Justin Rose is the leader by 3. So it's 7 under par. Scotty Scheffler, Corey Connors, and Ludwig Oberg are all 3 shots back at 4 under. Rory McIlroy was also 4 under, but he had 2 double bogeys on his final 4 holes to go down to even going into the second round. Sabres fall 3-2 in Columbus last night, snapping their 5-game win streak. Sabres at Panthers tomorrow at 6 o'clock. No surprise, the TJ Watt Instagram photo on Wednesday was contract-related. Ian Rappaport reporting that Watt and Pittsburgh had been talking extension, and Watt does not like how those contract talks have gone. The NFL requesting the 911 tape of the most recent domestic dispute involving Tyreek Hill. They could suspend him under the personal conduct policy. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond, who's been a projected second-rounder, has turned himself in on sexual assault warrants for him in Frisco, Texas. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Wants to play it up the ice quickly and does. McLeod leaves it on the wall near side. Good follow-up by Peterka. Walks in, fires, scores! J.J. Peterka.
One of your first moments of the game, for the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. J.J. Peterka, one of the Sabres goals. They built a lead, but ultimately could not hold it and fall in Columbus last night.
I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box, and then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go, and since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like real loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all, or I mean, obviously they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. They saw me. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
That's upside down hat guy at the Masters. Do you know what he's talking about?
I think I got a bone to pick with you for a second.
Why? Do you know what he did?
Oh, this is the thing he did, or no?
Yeah.
This is the thing he did. Okay.
Did you pick up
who
on
you compared him to had me much more worried.
Well, he didn't murder anyone on the golf course. But what did he do?
He peed in the woods?
In Ray's Creek.
Oh, in the creek?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
At the Masters.
In the creek?
The guy goes and...
I guess I missed that part. I was ready to defend him. Like, who hasn't gone to the bathroom in the woods in the golf course a million times?
Not at Augusta.
But, right, Augusta, and then in the creek?
Brian Koziel joining us on the Wester Hotline.
In the creek?
Host of Tee to Green. We'll get a Sabres thought in. Brian, day one of the Masters was... I don't know, was this one of the most electric days we've ever had because of Freddie's hole out, Nick Dunlap's 90, this guy...
Sergio burning everyone's retinas.
Yeah, this guy peeing in the creek. I mean, it was a Thursday, Brian. There was a lot in there.
Yeah, it was good stuff. I think the peeing into the creek part, I would suggest against that. I know he said he would do it again. I think doing it into the creek is probably not advised. I know there's probably more chemicals and fertilization on those grounds than maybe any in the world, so it's probably not going to affect anything, but they usually shy away from a lot of behaviors that they deem to be maybe not in the classiest mode there, so I think I'd advise them not to do it again.
You're not allowed to call the fans the gallery. I mean, you have to call them patrons.
They ban people for life for a lot less, right? Like
they banned a broadcaster for saying the greens were bikini waxed, right?
If you yell "smashed potatoes" as a patron, they're going to kick you out. So I think, I guess I would advise doing that again.
I think my upside down hat king might. I mean, is he going to come out today?
I don't know. Just saying. That's not the ambassador you want for your upside down logo crew. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Brian Koziel joining us round one of the Masters. All right, Brian, so Justin Rose in the lead, Scheffler to Shambo. Maybe the biggest story, though, is what happened to Rory. He had a mental mistake where the plan on, was it 15, was just a bad plan. It's not his first time playing the course, and he hits a low runner onto one of those bikini waxed greens that goes right into the water and goes from birdie opportunity to double bogey. And, I mean, this tournament's not over, but he's already having to wear that, the decision and the idea that he is a meltdown guy.
And the idea that he doesn't come ready to go was totally being debunked yesterday. I was on with Bulldog and yesterday afternoon at 5:30, and we're sitting here. Rory was literally on 15, and we're sitting here saying, like, wow, the storyline from Rory is that he always gets himself in a hole. He usually finishes strong, and then we sit here on Sunday and say, oh, if Rory had only not done that in the first round. And, as I'm done with him, he goes ahead and goes double, and then another 2 holes later does another double. Yeah, the decision on 15 was tough. I mean, he probably 8 out of 10 times maybe he has a very, very good chance to make birdie there getting up and down. Instead, just hits it a little bit too hard, and it goes down the creek. He obviously didn't have the benefit of maybe seeing, if for those that watched the broadcast, to see that Patrick Cantlay had issues doing the same thing. He did it twice. I think overall he played outstanding golf, but he makes one little mental error on 15. I don't know if that crept in his head to the point that on 17 he felt like he had to force the issue because he was in a really, really good spot, but he was just a hair long on 17, and then he couldn't get up and down, and then he putted too far back, so he ended up taking another double bogey. Yeah, I mean, to be 4 under with 4 to go, it looked really, really great here for McIlroy, kind of big topic of, hey, maybe this is his year. And it still can be, as you said. There's not a ton of golfers in between him and the top. The amount of shots to get to Rose, he's going to need a little help from Justin Rose to come back, I think, at some point.
Would you say, because he misses, not on the one we put in the water, Brian, but he misses like a 6-foot bogey putt on 17. I saw him miss a birdie putt short earlier in the day. And then there's the U.S. Open last year, which is like still fresh in everyone's minds. Is that a thing for him? Like, over the years, is short putts, or is it just these couple of instances?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it probably would be something to label that has been an issue. I don't know if he was necessarily thinking about it, but you're right. He started amazing on hole 1 yesterday. Perfect drive down the middle, perfect approach. He's got like 10 feet, and he just misses the birdie putt. On 14 yesterday, he could have got to 5 under. He hit one inside of 10 feet, and it just missed. So he could have been even lower before he went into that final stretch. You know what? I mean, you miss-hit one shot on 15, I guess, it can happen for sure. To follow it up with another double like that, it's got to be pretty tough. He had to walk away yesterday thinking, God, I was 2 golf shots away from maybe being like solo second in this tournament, and now he's got a lot of work to do. But he surely was capable of, getting to 4 under, going to a very birdieable hole like 15. So I don't want to say that he's out of it, but man, it feels like another similar storyline that Rory did something to shoot himself in the foot here after playing really, really well.
Brian Koziel on the Western Hotline. Scheffler looks great, Brian. I mean, not really a surprise. This tournament is one he does really well at. I saw he once again was like strokes gain tee to green again, a +3, which is Scheffler's a process player, right? He basically makes the right plays, and then as long as he isn't a terrible putter, which he used to be at one point, as long as he's not a terrible putter, he's by far the best player, and he's going to be just fine.
Well, and he started pretty poor this year, didn't he, Brian?
Yeah, Scheffler hasn't won yet, which I guess, for most golfers, it's not the end of the world. You've played in a handful of events, and you haven't come through yet. But last year coming in to this point, he had won 2 of his last 3, and they were big-time tournaments last year. They were the Arnold Palmer event. They were the Players' Championship event. So he had been playing really, really well. This year, his best was a tied for second, which was 2 weeks ago in Texas at the Houston Open. He had a tied for third at the Genesis. So, he's had a fine year, 3 top 10s. If you want to wrap back into into December. He won at the Hero Challenge in that smaller event field in the Bahamas. So it's not like he doesn't know how to play good golf anymore. It just last year was so good coming in that he really kind of set the bar. To play bogey-free, though, really, really impressive. He's definitely going to be, I think, a factor because he is such a strategist around this course. He is so good at just going through the process, as you said. And Jeremy, you're totally right. If he can just be an average putter this week, he's probably going to win because everything else from tee to green stats-wise, he's usually always right at the top.
Yeah. And sorry, I meant putting. Like putting, I think he was in the 80s or something coming into this week, right?
Yeah.
But if he gets that under control, then like we were debating to start the show, like if him versus the field right now, like the odds aren't that far away from that.
He's plus 200 to win, and I think it's an easy bet.
Yeah, you just need Rose to kind of not go nuts for the next 3 days, and Scheffler would be the favorite. What about Oberg, Brian? His start to his tournament, and he was a popular pick coming into this. He had a bogey early, but the back nine, he was definitely heating up.
Yeah, he was excellent. Remember last year he made his debut coming in his first major, and there was a lot of buzz that, hey, he's the next big superstar, and clearly I think he's backed that up with how much talent he has. To finish second in your Masters debut with how much knowledge you need of this course and knowing where to hit it on the green, knowing where you cannot miss on certain holes. I was very impressed. The fact that he's right there again shows me he's able to adapt to this course, and it's pretty tremendous to see what he's done in this event. And he hasn't been as good coming into the Masters maybe as he had last year. So I'm impressed with what he could do. He's got the talent to surely win. I mean, with him and Scheffler right there, it's a pretty impressive spot. Rose has led more first rounds than anybody else. He passed Jack Nicklaus with 4. Now he's up to 5. So 5 times Justin Rose has led the Masters out of 20 tries. He hasn't yet to convert. His closest one was the year that he and Sergio went to a playoff, and Garcia ended up winning.
Brian Koziel, one of the hosts of Tee to Green, also on Sabres broadcast last night. Brian, if you want to offer a thought on the Sabres last night after losing in Columbus, they had a lead, they blew it. It's funny, like it was not a high-pressure situation. People like to make the point about they play better when the pressure's off, but ultimately they give it back and take a loss last night in Columbus.
Yeah, it was a great start. Reimer was amazing early and kept the Sabres obviously at 0-0, and then Peterka and Dahlin scored, and I thought they were going to be off and running. They were playing an AHL call-up. Jet Graves, who had played in Cleveland the night before, was called up, and they gave him a shot, and it looked as though early with the goal that Peterka scored on him, just high glove side, that you thought maybe they could get to him. The Dahlin goal, there was a little traffic, but I thought, hey, they're going to be able to get after this guy, and they ended up peppering him for 41 shots, 77 shot attempts. So you got to credit the young goaltender. He came through. I don't think there's really much to say in terms of criticizing what the Sabres did offensively. They had breakaways. Peterka himself had a clean breakaway in the second period. Their best players had great chances. Benson multiple times. Tuck was alone in front. Kulik hit the post. The power play, they only had one opportunity. It was really, really good. They just couldn't score on it. So I don't really think there was a lot of negative to say last night. I want to credit the Columbus young goalie. I thought he played excellent in the second and the third.
Brian, this week for Tee to Green, 2-hour show?
Yep, 2 hours, 7 to 9 on Saturday. Ton on the Masters. We'll be at Pendleton Creek Golf Club in North Tonawanda. Looking forward to it, so I hope everybody can tune in.
Very good. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Brian Koziel, round 2 of the Masters today. Justin Rose out on the course at 8:27, so your leader goes out early today. Jeremy and Joe on a Fun Hat Friday. We've got a couple of hats on, Like you said, I was wearing a corduroy hat. This is about as fun as my hats get.
The chat, I guess, from the camera angle cannot figure out where my headphones are. They think they're going through the hat.
Oh.
Like there are little slots in the side of the hat.
It's a new hat, a new kind of hat, like a radio hat, where you have holes cut out for your headphones.
Right. That would only make sense that it would be needed in
this industry.
Yeah. This instance with a bucket hat and then also
cowboy
hat.
Yeah, that's right. 803-0550, our number 1-888-550-2550. We've got to get the TJ Watt stuff, of course, because it appears to be real-ish. You've got the insiders in the NFL reporting about it. Tom Pelissero. What he said about the Steelers is really, I think, the most relevant to the conversation. So give us a ring if you want to. Happy Friday. It's raining out there. It's not going to be a washout this weekend, but maybe a reason to stay inside and watch more of the Masters. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Hey, there will at some point be golf outside where we live. And when there is, make sure you have your ticket to 8 amazing golf experiences. The WGR VIP golf card for just one low price of $129. Unlock a season of golfing adventures, including Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, Atticus 10th Hole and Golf Course, Bobolink, Golf Dojo. Also, a free box of premium Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf. Score deals at Rick Zarek Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville. Portion of the proceeds benefit PGA Hope. Get all the details and purchase your WGR VIP golf card today at getmyperks.com. Quick note for you. I saw in the latest issue of a Golf Digest. The Encore Vero XP1, they're coming out with a couple of new balls. This is named like Best Buys. Check it out. Joaquin Neiman on the cover. Encore getting a shout out in Golf Digest. So anyway, you get the X1s as part of that WGR VIP golf package. Your stat of the day, we make a golf stat and then get on to some football conversation. Stat of the day is brought to you by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. The stat of the day is that this is the third time in Masters history that no one shot in the 80s.
Okay, yeah.
But there's one difference.
Yeah.
That's because a guy shot 90.
Right.
Only 3 times.
Wow, that's funny. That's amazing.
So 11 strokes worse than anybody else out there. Nick Dunlap, 90.
Yeah, and he shot a 90 without a single 3-putt.
Yep. And
I'm not making cute with that one. I don't think he had any 4-putts. He had all 2-putts and a couple 1-putts, and he somehow shot 90. Like a real PGA Tour guy. This isn't like guy that won in 1978 and still playing at 70 years old. Like this was a young guy on the tour that shot a 90.
Yep. T.J. Watt. Tom Pelissero, what he had to say about Watt. Got Ian Rappaport on this. Mark Caboli, who covers the Steelers, on the contract thing. It just could be Myles Garrett 2.0 or something else. So we'll dig into that with you. Get your calls in 803-0550 on a Masters Friday. Tournament getting started in a little over an hour here. A little under an hour, actually. So, keep you updated on that. Have a good time. Join us here on a Friday on WGR.
More This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
After 18 holes at the Masters, Justin Rose is 7 under par. He is the leader. It's the 5th time in his career where he's been the Masters leader after one round. Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler, Ludwig Oberg all in second at 4 under par. Rory McIlroy was also at 4 under late yesterday, but he had 2 double bogeys in his final 4 holes to go down to even par. Bryson DeChambeau also is 4 shots back at 3 under. The second round of the Masters gets rolling in about 40 minutes. We have the first tee times of this morning, and you will have some early tee times for Rose, who will tee off at 8:52, and Hovland at 9:47, Xander Schauffele 9:47 as well. To hockey, the Sabres in action today, or last night. They lose to Columbus despite building a 2-0 lead. They fall 3-2 to the Blue Jackets. Next up for them is tomorrow night against Florida. That'll be a 6 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 5 here on WGR. In the NFL, TJ Watt and the Steelers talking contract extension, which sparked his Instagram post the other day. Ian Rappaport says that Watt and Pittsburgh have been talking, and Watt does not like how those contract talks have gone. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond, who the Bills have had in on a visit, turns himself in on a sexual assault warrant for him in Frisco, Texas. The NFL also has requested the 911 tape of the most recent domestic dispute involving Tyreek Hill and his wife. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So my guess, and this is only a guess, because again, we're reading into cryptic social media posts, TJ Watt is in a contract negotiation situation with the Pittsburgh Steelers. We've seen several top edge rushers get paid. Myles Garrett topping $40 million. We still have Micah Parsons need to get paid. We still have Trey Henderson needs to get paid. But TJ Watt, set to make just $21 million this year, is in that category. Generally, when a player makes a social media post that forces us to talk about it on TV, like we're doing right now, it is because contract negotiations are not going as well as anybody had hoped.
Ian Rappaport. Got a mission for all of you out there. I'm going to give you a scavenger hunt. Ready for a scavenger hunt? A little Easter egg hunt preview? I'd like you all to seek out anyone calling TJ Watt a diva.
Ooh.
Or Trey Hendrickson.
Seconds.
You sure about that? Because if he were a wide receiver, it'd be all over the television 24 hours a day.
Oh, okay, right.
But he's not. So we don't do that. TJ Watt wants a new contract. Okay.
You're right. I searched TJ Watt diva, and it's really not. There's nothing. There's really nothing. It's more about, like, actually the first thing I saw was, how come George Pickens gets called a diva, but we're not going to call TJ Watt a diva?
That's pretty much how it goes. That's the NFL cycle.
Yeah.
Receivers get called divas, nobody else does. I mean, James Cook maybe a little bit here because he also went social media. So, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. So that's Ian Rappaport. Tom Pelissero had an interesting point here on the Steelers. And we could talk about whether or not the Bills should try to trade for TJ Watt. I don't think it's very likely at all. Of course they should, but I don't. The Steelers are. Mike Tomlin, if you ever brought up the idea of, hey, Mike, how about we take our medicine this year because we don't have a starting quarterback, he would throw you out of the room and say the standard is the standard and win 9 games, is what he would do. Yep. And get blown out in the playoffs in the first round by 35, and then they would do it again next year. That's what the Steelers do all the time. Mm-hmm. Tom Pelissero pointed out that Cam Hayward has expressed his frustration about the Steelers offseason, and that there's basically a bit of a tone around the Steelers of what are we doing exactly here? Mm-hmm. Mason Rudolph is QB1, and we're waiting to see if Aaron Rodgers is going to decide to do this.
Right.
Tom Pelissero says he's heard others within the Steelers locker room are feeling frustrated. Quote, from everything I've been told, it's not solely Cam Howard. There are other people, certainly in the organization, the locker room, who are just going like, what are we doing? We're back for offseason workouts in 10 days. We're coming up on the draft. What's the plan? That's inside the Steelers locker room because, of course, what is the plan?
Yeah.
And here's TJ Watt, who Myles Garrett got his huge contract. Watt is every bit as good, 1B, 1A, 1B, depending who you ask. There's some advanced stats that put Watt right there in this conversation with Garrett. If he's not number 2, I don't know who is. If he's not Robin to his Batman, I don't know who is. Watt's a game wrecker.
Yeah.
An absolute game wrecker. So he wants $38 million a year? 39? 40,
at least.
42?
At least. Right, I was going to say at least right below Garrett, because it would be realistic to think he would be asking for the same as Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
Or even more than Garrett. I think at least the same, though. Isn't a lot of that locker room stuff, though, about Pittsburgh more just about the quarterback?
Yes, but
than it is about Watt. I mean, Watt factors into it too, for sure. But especially with Rodgers being the guy on the other side. Like, what are we doing? We are waiting to see if the guy that didn't work with the New York Jets is going to come here.
And our guy went to the Jets.
Right.
Just
like that organization that's the most dysfunctional in the league, it didn't work with him there, and we're going to pick up their scraps? Like, that might be a mentality of that, and that's what we're waiting on. So that would be, to me, where it all starts, is what's the plan? Because if you're Cam Hayward, especially, or Watt even, you've been on this team for years now, and every year you could be asking yourself, what's the plan at quarterback, especially the most important position.
Especially if you're a defensive player and you're one of those two, you're Watt or Hayward. We are elite at our position.
And have been for a long time.
Yes, we are carrying the load for this franchise that is just stuck in the mud, always in the same spot, celebrating wild card spots or 9-win seasons. So I mean,
I'm sure Watt would still stay there if they paid him the $40 million a year or right around that. But we'll see. Pittsburgh has done things differently in the past, right? They changed how they did things with guaranteed contracts and when they pay guys with TJ Watt. Like, they prioritized him and did do things different than what they're accustomed to because they valued him that much. But that's when he was, 26 years old. How much do they value him now? With a contract coming up? I mean, if they are trying to lowball him by league standards and trying to get him at like low 30s per year, it would depend how far apart they are, I guess, for me.
Yeah.
And whether you could believe that Pittsburgh would be less likely than Cleveland to go, we're going to give him all the money to make sure that there's no risk of a trade here.
The Steelers are never a team to really take their medicine and rebuild. It's part of the Tomlin identity that they don't really do that, right?
Right.
They don't fire coaches. They don't have a coaching tree. They really are this. It's
such a weird organization.
It's a very odd plan that they have there. They do win all the time. I mean, relatively. Their winning has dropped quite a bit, and
they don't. They win. Right. They win
mediocrely. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So the idea that they would trade him, I find far-fetched. Should the Bills do it? Of course. Can they afford it? Well, you need to create $21 million in cap space with a bunch of moves, and then you could extend him. And to that point, they definitely have room. It's one of the things that, the Eagles model we've learned about: pay everybody, backload it, move it all. Could they find a way? Of course they could. They could do it. But the hardest part would be giving up the compensation and then creating $21 million in cap space to make it happen, unless there's like a sign-in trade, and those things get all, I don't know, complicated.
Yeah.
So anyway.
But they could do. Greg Thompson has said, Cover One, that if they'd have to do a couple of things they wouldn't want to do to get to this number, but they theoretically could open $50 million in cap space whenever they want. Again, you'd have to extend some guy, or not even extend some guys. You'd have to restructure some guys that you probably don't want to restructure. Dawson Knox, I think, is on that list. There are others. But if you needed to do it, you could. There might be a little bit of medicine that you have to take to be able to get
this player.
Yeah. But you could do it. And he's great. And he's 30. He's not 35.
Game record.
He's 3-4 years younger than Von Miller was when they got him. And they've been desperate for this position in the past. The only thing I would wonder about Watt or Hendrickson is their signing of Joey Bosa preventative, or do they think, well, we already signed the Bosa contract. If we were going to go all in on a big name like that, then we would have wanted to do that before.
Well, maybe they didn't know they could do that before, which is also where we got to last year on, Brandon Ayuk, where could they have been interested, and then it looked like they weren't going to move him, and they didn't ultimately move him. Watt last year, where did he rank in the NFL's top 100? I know the NFL.
TJ Watt?
Yeah. I know the NFL top 100 is not the perfect measure. But for me.
No, it's just players voting.
It's players voting on who the best players are. But for me, that's what I'm shooting for if I'm Brandon Beane of the Bills. I got to find my way to elite players. We kind of got into this yesterday. The idea of trading down. The only way trading down makes sense to me, Joe, is if you're doing it for more kicks at the can to find elite players, not for more good depth players that you're going to have to cut or say goodbye to or try to sneak through on the practice squad. We bring up Watt, and any trade offer you hear somebody calling in with is like, well, how about a first and Epinesa? Epinesa is a great example. He's a player that can play, but he's not a major difference maker for you. And that doesn't mean he's worthless. He's a somewhat valuable piece. But what I'd be looking for the Bills is how many top 100 players do I get? And you can do this for the player vote or PFF or anyone you want. Where was Watt last year?
Last year he would have been top 10?
8th.
Yeah.
8th best player in the NFL according to the players.
Mm-hmm.
You got Josh Allen, by the way, who was 12th.
Mm-hmm.
So the NFL should the Bills get a player that I don't think he's actually better than Josh Allen, but should the defense get a Josh Allen? I'm going to go with yes.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes to get the defense a Josh Allen. And that's Hendrickson is not quite that level. Where did Hendrickson
Well,
finish?
I mean, he led the league in sacks last year.
Hendrickson finished 77th on the best players in the NFL. But
all right.
Again, another top 100 guy. I want to find my way to as many of them as possible because I do think that there's a correlation between you're going to need your depth, but having great players matters. And the Eagles, how many top 100 players did they have last year? Hurts, Brown, Lane Johnson,
Barkley.
Saquon Barkley, Hassan Reddick, Devonta Smith. Way more.
6 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, way more. The Bills are, in their transition, leaning on Allen heavily on the offense. And then defensively, this transition, we've been waiting to see who that is. Benford might see the top 100 soon. He did not last year.
I doubt he would this year, but if he puts together one more great year, then maybe you're getting to that type of recognition. Yeah, he got one AP Defensive Player of the Year vote last year.
He has a chance to get on this list of the top players in the league. Dawkins is there.
Yep.
I mean, Spencer Brown might have an outside shot. James Cook has a shot at this, of course, right? Like you've got, but I almost want to eliminate running backs to some degree.
But even these guys are like, even if they start to develop into more household names, star-level players, Watt and even Hendrickson close to this. I mean, he's got 35 sacks in the last 2 years, and a lot of his advanced numbers are amazing too. Who's elite at their position? Elite, like in the conversation, is the best at what they do, because both of these guys to me are in that conversation. And even though Benford is great, but is anyone putting him number 1 in the league at his position? Not yet.
No.
And do we feel like he has that potential? Because even that's Cook for me. Cook is great, and Cook could be a guy that goes top 100. I'm never getting to he's the best running back in football.
Right.
Or, Terrell Bernard. Terrell Bernard is a really good player, and I can see him growing even more, and Pro Bowl level player. But is he going to become the best linebacker in football? Because that's what we're talking about when we talk about a Josh Allen of the defense.
Right.
Is a guy that, TJ Watt, he's the best pass rusher in the league. And it's not crazy if you say that sentence.
Yeah.
Whereas if I tweet out right now, Terrell Bernard's the best middle linebacker in football, I'm going to get found, and 2,000 people are going to tell me I'm an idiot. Right? And that's the difference, I think, is they have a lot of pretty good players, and even a lot of these pretty good players, like the names we just mentioned, probably have another step to grow. But I don't see a lot on the Bills roster right now that has the TJ Watt level potential or the Allen level potential.
Potential, but
potential. Guys that I could see growing into that. Like Rousseau is probably about what he's going to be, right? He's not going to become the best defensive end in the league or one of the 3 best defensive ends in the league. I mean, who would you consider is most likely to do that? Guys that we haven't seen enough of yet, right? Would you even think Kincaid is still capable of that? Like being one of the 3 best tight ends in football? Maybe he's someone I'd still be a little open to it with.
Sure.
But there are a lot of guys that are pretty good. Ed Oliver's a pretty good player. I'm closed to the idea he's going to be Aaron Donald.
It's great to have as many good players, great players.
These are good players.
But yeah, for me, and maybe it's misguided, but I feel like the offseason blue chipper idea was the idea, and that has faded a little bit. The offseason in free agency didn't bring blue chipper, unless Bosa, it's an outside shot at it. His former coach called him one of the best ever to do it, which, if he's healthy, that's something.
Yeah. There's a timing thing to this, too, for me, which is that they, with all these pretty good players, it just feels like you have this opportunity maybe to capitalize on. The roster is pretty solid. There are a lot of good players all over the roster. And Bean said it this way, that he feels like you're never one player away, right? He kind of like pushed back on the idea of a final chess piece. But to me, that's how I view their roster. Yeah. I view their roster as you got a lot of good players, you got a lot of depth, you got a good program that, if you got to throw a Jamarcus Ingram in for a couple of games, it often goes pretty well at certain positions. I feel like they got a lot of things going for them. And to go back to the days after the season ended, one point that I was harping on was I don't believe there will ever be a playoff game that they go into against Kansas City where I feel like they're going to have the advantage coaching. That Reed and Spagnuolo, I have too much evidence that they're going to have things dialed up. Spags throws a play at you at the end of the season that they hadn't run all year, and you weren't ready for because they hadn't showed it. And there's always going to be certain advantages that those two guys have over me. And one thing that I said that week was, for me to finally beat them, I feel like I'm going to have a better roster. I got to be definitively better. And I really feel like they are only, it's a star-level player, but it's only one or two individuals, a star or two away from being able to really say, I have a better roster than them going into the game. And I feel like they have to have that. Yeah.
How'd you feel about the idea of trading your 2-2s for another one? Because if
I like that, in like the principle of that, I think I like. Right? Isn't it kind of the same mentality? Like
it depends on what you think the best way to get a chance at that is. The best players are taken in the first round, then the second, then the third, and it depends on the position. We've gone through quarterbacks. Quarterbacks are very likely to be taken in the first round. So are starting left tackles, and premier pass rushers and receivers taken in the top, 5 or 6. Running backs, there's more diversity.
Yeah, that would take them.
If you were to package the Bills' 2 picks in the second round to see how far you could get up,
aren't they too low?
They are just about. You could package your 2 seconds to get to the top of the second. That's about where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because you got to say, what's the Bills? Do you have what their first second-round pick is?
Yes.
Like by selection?
Yes. It is 56. That's 56. 340 points.
Okay.
And their second pick is 284.
So you got to convince a team that
gets you to about, actually, you know what that gets you to about? The 30th pick.
Okay.
The Bills should announce they're going to trade their 2 picks in the second for their own pick in the first and trade with themselves.
But you got to convince a team that they're going down from
31
to 56. Imagine if somebody came to the Bills with that offer.
Hold on.
Because these are the teams at the end. If they made that trade on draft night at our draft party, not just trading down, but trading down to the 50s, I feel like there would be a lot of unhappy people.
Well, the Bills draft. Let's get stupid. It's Friday. Let's get stupid.
It's fine.
The Bills, they come up on 30, and there are 2 players they love. Holy cow. Love these 2 guys.
Okay.
You draft, pick your guy. Who do you want it to be? You want it to be...
how about, let's go Kenneth Grant today.
Okay, Kenneth Grant. Love this guy. Got to do it. Can't not do it. All right, boom.
Defensive tackle, Michigan.
And the player they don't pick is...
Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky.
There you go. The corner. Oh, I don't know. We want both these guys so bad. This would be perfect. If we got these 2, the draft is a success. Okay, take Grant. Who's up next? Give him a call. Kansas City. Perfect.
I was trying to remember if they were only 1 pick behind the Bills or if there was another team.
The Bills offer 56 and 62 for 31. In this case,
I would love it.
Me too. In this case, I would say, should the Chiefs do that? Debatable. They're not chasing the Bills, but
They shouldn't do it because they shouldn't do business with the Bills.
That might be right. But what if the Bills just went 30-31, defensive tackle corner, and then, all right, we're on to round 4.
Wait. What happened?
Because
why am I on to round 4 now?
Because you don't have your 2 seconds.
Oh, right.
And you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have a third.
Sorry, right.
So now you're picking 30, 31, and then 109.
So I got a top-heavy draft coming my way. See, the reason I might not want to do that is because I also kind of I really want them to get a speed wide receiver, and I feel like you've just eliminated the possibility they're going to get a speed wide receiver that matters.
I think 4th round's a sweet spot for that, if they really want it. I mean, 109, they have 2 fourths.
We'd be talking about them trading multiple fourths to get into the third.
Why don't we just make it a tradition? The Bills and Chiefs trade in the draft every year. Let's keep it spicy. I don't know about trading up. When we talked to Chris Brown yesterday about it, how they always tend to move one way or another a little bit.
Yeah. Or how about was it him that gave us a stat or somebody else that? What was it? That 7?
They've only had
their last 7 draft day moves are trade downs.
Yeah, they've traded
something like that.
They've traded down more than up. I mean, they traded down twice for Cook. They trade down in the Worthy one. They trade down a couple different times. They've moved down in the later rounds. Not afraid of that.
I need, though, for me, I don't like the trade down idea at all. This is almost a year where I feel like I'm most content with just staying put because I don't like the trade down idea at all. I need a guy for that. I need a guy. Like last year, I got a guy, Rome Odunze. Fell in love with him. Like I wanted to see the Bills find a way. It was so far away, but find a way to go get him. And even Brian Thomas Jr. Like I was into that. But this year, I haven't been convinced of somebody that's worth going up 10 picks to go get. You know?
They might.
Will Johnson from Michigan, maybe, but he doesn't often fall even near them.
And last year they might have thought there was someone worth doing that for, but they couldn't get a deal.
Right. So I don't know.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. So the TJ Watt thing is to be watched. He'll probably just sign an extension, would be my guess.
He probably will, yeah. Most of these get to that. Hendrickson just feels less likely because he's been going through this a lot longer than Watt has, you know?
Yep.
Like Watt, this is the first weekend of a perceived, ugly contract negotiation between him and the Steelers. Hendrickson, we're going on like a year and a half. So he's the one I feel like is more likely.
Yeah, you did have that with
to get traded.
T. Higgins, and then he just did sign.
That's true.
803-0550, the phone number. Back up and running at Augusta. Justin Rose on the putting green, getting warmed up. He is your first-round leader at 7 under par.
He's going vest today.
Like it.
Yeah.
The vest is always a good look on the golf course. That's my hot take. Vest looks good on a golf course.
Yeah, I agree with that. I've not made the foray into a vest yet. I don't own one. Feels like that's Rose up there. Not making any judgments of anybody out here, but is the vest a little bit more of like a late 30s, early 40s golfer type of look? Is the guy in their 20s ever going out on the course with a vest?
Yeah.
I don't see it as a young person's game as much.
I mean, it's about warmth. Keeps your body a little warmer.
That's where the golf hoodies come in.
Yeah, but your arms get hot. That's the genius of a vest is that it keeps your core warm without the sweatiness of the arms.
Well, like Rose there. Rose is still wearing sleeves underneath.
Yeah, just not a double long sleeve.
Right, okay. All right, that makes sense. Because you would never go vest with the short sleeves underneath.
I feel like it's a
ridiculous.
It's a little more rare. Yeah, if it's warm enough for short sleeves, you probably don't need the
vest,
the core warmth.
Yeah, that's probably right.
There we are breaking down whatever we're breaking down here.
Vest looks.
Yes.
Golf clothing, of course.
We'll visit the green carpet at some point. We've got lots to do. You can jump in on the chat as well. 803-0550. Isaiah Bond, we should get to that story and whether or not this strikes him from the Bills draft board. They've met with him. He could definitely be a target for them, but he self-surrendered to police. We'll get you that whole story when we return. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Never miss a second of the extra.
Through 18 holes at the Masters, Justin Rose is the leader at 7 under par. He shot a 65 yesterday. Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler, and Ludwig Oberg are all 3 shots back, tied for second at 4 under par. Bryson DeChambeau at 3 under. Rory McIlroy was at 4 under, but he had 2 double bogeys in the last 4 holes to go down to even. Rose will tee off at 8:52 a.m., Oberg at 9:58 a.m., Connors, Scheffler, and Hatton all just after 12 o'clock. And the first tee times of the day get rolling in about 10 minutes in round 2. The Sabres fell to Columbus last night, 3-2, after being up 2-0. Peterka scored early. So did Rasmus Dahlin, who had a nice goal. But the Sabres blow the lead and fall, ending their 5-game win streak. Next up tomorrow in Florida at 6 o'clock. In football, TJ Watt and the Steelers talking contract. It's not going the way either side would like, according to Ian Rappaport at the moment, which might have led to that social media post by Watt a couple days ago. Isaiah Bond, the Texas wide receiver who's a projected second-rounder, has visited with the Bills, turns himself in on a sexual assault warrant for him in Frisco, Texas. The NFL requesting the 911 tape on the most recent domestic dispute involving Tyreek Hill. They could suspend him under the personal conduct policy, regardless of if he's charged. They have never suspended him, though, in his NFL career. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Yuri Kulik to come down and take control of the puck, and he does. Works it up high in the zone. Nice little move at the line there, to say the least. And no shot on net. Now it might actually fall back towards Dahlin with a shot. Scores! And Rasmus Dahlin started all that with some artistry, and he finishes it with his own signature goal to make it 2-0 Buffalo.
One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Sabres fall to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Season coming to a close. Playing out the string here. And 5-game win streak comes to an end with a loss in Columbus.
Dahlin, 16 goals in the year, by the way. That's 3 years in a row that he's gotten to 15. Cale Makar has scored 30 this year, though. There's at least one dude in the league that's a lot better at it.
When's the last time a defenseman scored 30? How often does that happen?
I saw that the last time it happened before Makar did it this year was Mike Green.
Oh, yeah. Mike Green, okay.
I
would have thought there's somebody in between. Mike Green is 2008.
Yeah, I don't think anybody did it in between. I thought Green was the last one. Okay. So that was 2008, 2009. He scored 31 goals.
Yeah.
What'll be Dahlin's high? Will he ever score 25?
Yes.
He'll score 25 in a year? Will he score 30?
No.
I mean, if only one guy's done it in 15 years.
No, maybe he won't. He's too much of a playmaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His shot's gotten a lot better, though. He could not shoot at the beginning of his career, which is what gives me some hope for like Owen Power and Zach Benson to get better at shooting, because Dahlin could not shoot in his first 2 seasons, and now he's really good at it.
Bill's draft story, Isaiah Bond, wide receiver Isaiah Bond, who is a Texas speedster, usually pegged to go in the second, third, who knows, maybe mid to late second or third. I haven't seen him too often in the first. So with the Bills having 3 picks in the first 2 rounds, Bond, to me, makes sense as their second rounder potentially, or the first. However, he turned himself in yesterday on a sexual assault warrant issued by the Frisco Police Department, according to a Frisco Police Department public information officer. He was released after posting bail. He released a statement obtained by NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Quote, regarding the accusation made against me, I would appreciate the time and opportunity to defend myself and prove the claims made patently false. I'm in full cooperation with the authorities and will remain a willing and active participant in the investigation. Unfortunately, claims like these prove to be harmful to all involved, absent full review. I kindly request that all reserve judgment until the authorities provide a complete report based on truth and evidence. End quote. So, yeah, a couple things on this. Obviously, knowing nothing about what happened, and don't have to say anything about what may or may not have happened. We just went through this with Xavier Worthy, where he was accused and then cleared immediately with some reporting and eyewitness stuff and blah, blah, blah. Tyreek Hill's name is in the news because the NFL is trying to obtain the 911 or the 911 call. Mm-hmm. And with this one, it's a lot worse for the person and for the player, when you're not already drafted. Mm-hmm. Because when you draft this player, now you're going to do the thing where you say, we've done our due diligence, we're confident, and you as the team that drafts him, whether that's the second round, third round, fourth round, if he drops 2 rounds because of this, you are preemptively planting your flag to say, oh yeah, we're confident it'll be all right. Mm-hmm. And you could make it about the Bills, you could make it about any team you want. If you draft a player and then find out, let's make a rough comparison to something else. Larry Ogunjobi. The Bills sign him. He's got the suspension. Like, all right, we'll deal with that. Had they known, they probably would not have signed him. Once he's here.
Right. Bean basically said it.
Yeah, he basically said it. We're going to honor that agreement. We'll bring him in. This is obviously a more serious accusation, whether or not it's true or not. If you're a team in the draft looking for a receiver to do something Bond can do, you might just say, let's just not even go there. I'm thinking back to Hard Knocks last year where the Giants board was up.
Yeah.
And all the colors, red was this and purple was this and blue was this and blah, blah, blah. And I remember last year we had a big conversation about whether or not other teams could guess what the Giants color-coded system was. And without even remembering what color was what or who was on what, when we talked to Brandon Bean at training camp last year, off the air, we said, all right, thanks for joining us. We go to break, and then we kind of have a little small talk off the air. Mm-hmm. And he said to us, I'm not reporting anything, whatever color he said, yeah, that was a character one. Mm-hmm. He could just know by, all right, here's the board, here are the color-coded spots. Oh, yeah, okay. We would have had these 5 players line up. That's probably the character concern guy. And for Bond here, again, you don't even have to debate or argue or learn about it. You can just say, as a team, let's just not go there. Let's just not get involved. And if some team does decide to go there and he gets cleared, then, that's that. There's more on Bond, though. Tyler Dunn had the piece with Bob McGinn talking about lots of different prospects and receivers. And Bob McGinn had a quote from an anonymous scout. This is draft season, so take it for what it's worth. That Bond was a, quote, prototypical, what you would think of in a wide receiver, generic, boilerplate, selfish diva receiver. Mm-hmm. So
that's what Matt Waldman said yesterday, right? I asked him about Bond, and he loves the prospect.
Loves him.
But he started that with, like, you gotta know there's a risk in what maybe didn't he compare him to Jermaine Burton? Or no, he said it might not be as bad as Jermaine Burton, but he mentioned Jermaine Burton.
He did.
And if you know anything about Jermaine Burton, he was a very talented wide receiver at Alabama that went in the 3rd round last year because of character stuff, and he got to Cincinnati, and it was kind of a disaster.
It went terribly.
He was never in meetings and falling asleep, and he was getting team suspensions, and he wouldn't see the field, right, because they didn't trust him. And after a year, it's like, they probably shouldn't have drafted him. So, okay, he's not that bad, but Burton also didn't have a sexual assault allegation hanging over his head like Bond does right now. I don't think he did.
Right, 2 weeks before the draft.
2 weeks before the draft.
Here's the other thing about it, though. It's possible Bond has told teams about this. He turned himself in.
Yeah.
I don't know how quickly that all came to be, what might happen.
And whether he would be suspended this year by the NFL. Right? Like, Von Miller turned himself in when he had a domestic situation happen, and there were no charges filed in that one, and what happened? He got suspended. So that I don't know, though, how they operate with that. He turned himself in. He's not in the league yet. Or would they consider him to be in the league already? He hasn't been drafted, but could he be suspended this year? And would that be a part of the makeup of it too? Like, to me, it shouldn't go past the character part of it. Like, there's no details publicly about this. Would the league have their own investigators? Would teams have a better idea of what actually happened? Because if you have a feeling that this actually happened, then for me, he would be off my board. He would instantly be off my board.
Well, there's also you mentioned like the Bengals just did this with Burton. Of course, the Bills take Ariza and the Ariza thing that happened, and there's an investigation
after he was drafted.
Right. But there was some reporting that they did know some of it, or again, like this is the stuff we don't know. What did the Bills decide? Ultimately, not worth it. Not worth it.
Right.
It's not a court of law. Being on a roster is not a court of law. We're just not going to do that. Sorry about that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go there. So, it's enough.
In the last 24 hours for me, he's gone from my favorite idea for them in round 2 to with all of this. And it's not just, the fact that he turned himself in a sexual assault allegation is definitely part of it. But what Waldman said and, Bob McGinn too, like the character stuff with him and thinking more about that, I don't know. I don't know if I can see the Bills doing it in round 2.
I agree.
Which is probably it's where I thought you would have to pick him. He also wasn't so good, such a slam dunk prospect that he couldn't fall, right? He was a good prospect. He hadn't put up crazy numbers. He did not run the 40 he wanted. So, if he was a top 10 guy, then there probably would have been a team. And maybe there still will be, but there definitely would have been a team. If he was a top 10 level prospect, they would say, yeah, we're going to take the risk on him as a person, and we're going to eat all of the PR blowback of it, and we're going to take him. We're going to take him. But when he's not that level of a prospect, how far does he fall? Because he could fall a lot.
Yep.
He really could fall a lot. Not to just compare him to Tyreek Hill, who pleaded guilty before he was in the league to strangulation of his pregnant girlfriend. He still got drafted in the NFL. That was 10 years ago, right? Different social environment at that time, different media environment at that time, but he still got drafted. So Bond, to me, will get drafted, and it's tough to figure out until there might be details on this how far he might fall.
Yeah.
Which stinks because I love the player, but if he's that type of person, not just that, but the in-building stuff, then I don't know. Not thinking about him right now for the Bills.
All right, in the case of Ariza, no charges were filed, but the Bills decided just not worth it. In the case of Worthy, this happened again. Like, it lasted about, 2 days? Worthy was...
Wasn't there something, though, that... I forget. I shouldn't even spike. What the details of his story were? Like, went the 180 2 days after.
It was reported, and it was immediately like, wow, the Chiefs have a lot of problems with this. And the next day, it was basically like, yeah, okay, a lot of eyewitnesses have decided that, whatever, have reported that it wasn't true. None of it's true, and I think he's pretty much out of it.
Do you feel like Hill's going to get suspended?
I don't know.
Like the fact that they want the 911 call and that it's already out there about the personal conduct policy. I feel like he's going to get suspended. We'll see. The details of that story are kind of wild too. He has so much history on this front, and it's incredible that person has never been suspended by the NFL because they have set plenty of precedent that they do not need charges filed to suspend a guy. And they've done it. They just did it here to Von Miller. And Tyreek Hill, every year has something happen, and he has never been suspended.
Yep.
Rashee Rice also will probably get suspended this year.
We'll see. It has not happened yet.
Not yet, though, yeah.
803-0550 to join us, 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe, draft is less than 2 weeks away. You can join us for our draft party. Resurgence on the Thursday night. We're excited about that. You can go to their website, Resurgence Brewing, for tickets to the Thursday night event. Last year, we had a great time, and they traded out. I think they're much more likely to trade up than out, but we'll see.
You know what? It's a great party if we have evidence that they could not make a pick and we still had a great time.
That's right. We did still.
We went to a draft party where they didn't draft and we still had fun.
Yeah. So join us. Come hang out with us on draft night. What else are you going to do? Watch it with us. We'll have a good time. 803-0550 on WGR.
Tune in to Show Up in the Bulldog for our annual pre-draft special, Thursday, April 17th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get insights, mock draft predictions, insider information, guest appearances. I'll be involved, Jeremy, Nate, Sal. Show's presented by your Upstate Honda dealers. Visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today for excellent deals on the entire Honda lineup, including the all-new Honda Passport.
Good Friday morning. Next week's actually Good Friday.
Next
Then it would be a Good Friday morning.
Yeah.
Right? That work? I don't know.
Yeah.
Trying here. Easter
I
coming
like
up.
how you look for me for the grammatical, like I'm the
I feel
grammar
like
expert over
you know
here.
you've got a level of maturity here, and you're going to steer me in the right direction. Which, by the way, later today, Zach's in for the Extra Point Show. For anybody out there that came after me for saying I would not eat an egg salad sandwich for tickets to the Masters.
Or to have the Bills win the Super Bowl.
Right.
Reminder.
But that's a different that's a technicality. I don't want to do something and know it would have a difference in the Bills winning.
But nobody else would know.
It's got to be a surprise. Yeah, but it's got to be a surprise to me too. It wouldn't be fun.
It wouldn't be fun.
No. You would not
to watch all your friends and everybody.
You would not
you
enjoy
ever
it.
watch a movie that you know is amazing that you've seen and then watch it with somebody else that's never seen it before? There's an enjoyment factor even out of that.
That's right. That's not the same thing though.
And you wouldn't know how it happens. You just know it's going to happen.
But you know that it's going to happen. So let's say the year the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl. Nobody knows this. You have the power right now to find out the year it's going to happen. Would you want to know? Right now, you'll find out the year it's going to happen. Some people would say, yes, because I want to know if it ever happens in my life. But an alien race lands in a ship and you want to know if it's going to happen or when it's going to happen? And you say, yes, okay, 2030. You would stop caring about everything. You would know every single year up until then they don't, and you don't care about those years as much, and then you'd know that they did in 2030, and you'd be like, okay, I'm going to watch it happen, but all of the joy is removed because you know when it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely diminished. I'm not saying it's... Depends what type of person you are. I think you could still find some enjoyment out of it. It wouldn't be totally wasted. I knew the ending of Breaking Bad before I ever watched that entire show, and it's my favorite show ever by far.
I mean, that's a television show.
But the ending... You knew what it was. Come on, you never race to the end of the book to see what happens to see at the end.
No,
I've done that once or twice. If the book is great, the book is great.
To the last page.
Yeah.
All right. Knowing would ruin it. Spoiler: you don't want to know. Your first ever major championship as a fan. And someone says, by the way, this is the year it's going to happen. I'm from the future. I mean, obviously that's a little far-fetched.
What if I may really get convoluted here and you eat the egg salad sandwich for the Bills to win the Super Bowl, and then we bring out the Men in Black flasher thing so that you forget about it? Yeah. Then would you do it?
Like Severance vibes? I just don't have the ability to remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's different. That's now we're
also, then you would do it.
Now we're really deep in the weeds.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, we were getting to Zach Jones has a worse reason to not go to the Masters. Worse.
It is worse.
He's going to take me off the hook when we talk to him at 9:30 today. Hopefully he's in here early enough so we can make fun of him because it's way worse. 803-0550 is our phone number. It's a Friday morning. Hello. Happy Friday. Joe's in a bucket hat. Josh has a cowboy hat on. I've got my corduroy Wayland hat.
What's Owen got in there? Is that also corduroy?
Well, flat brim. Yeah, like an old school.
He's got I've only got one hat like that, and I love it. It's like the lower top.
Yeah.
I don't know what those are called, though.
He's got the flaps on it, though. The ear flaps.
Ear flaps.
I didn't even see the ear flaps.
Yeah, ear flaps.
Ear flaps.
Ear flap hat.
But he's got them up?
They are up.
Okay.
It's not that cold in there. The chat keeps it warm.
Yeah. Right.
803-0550 on TJ Watt on some draft stuff. Shedeur Sanders. We can get some around the league rumor stuff, what he's telling teams, and how the draft kind of flips as a result. 803-0550 on WGR.
More of Jeremy and Joe coming up. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
We're underway in the second round of the Masters. Nobody atop the leaderboard out there yet. Although Justin Rose, Rory McIlroy both teeing off in the next hour. Scotty Scheffler much later today, just after 1. Rose is in the lead. Rose at 7 under par after 18 holes. That's a 3-shot lead over Scheffler, who's at 4 under, Ludwig Oberg, who's at 4 under, and Scotty Scheffler, and Corey Connors, who is also at 4. McIlroy was at the same score, but he had 2 double bogeys at the end of yesterday's round to go down to even. Bryson DeChambeau at 3 under par. To hockey, the Sabres are in action tomorrow after losing last night to Columbus. 3-2. They were up 2-0. They blow the lead, and they'll next be up against the Panthers at 6 on Saturday. We'll have pregame starting at 5 here on WGR. To football. Isaiah Bond, wide receiver from Texas, who's been projected in the second round often and had a visit with the Bills, has turned himself in on a sexual assault warrant for him in Frisco, Texas. The NFL has requested the 911 tape of the most recent domestic dispute involving Tyreek Hill. And no surprise that TJ Watt's Instagram photo on Wednesday was contract-related. Ian Rappaport reporting that Watt and Pittsburgh have been talking extension, and the Watt does not like how those contract talks have gone thus far. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. If I said your ticket to the Masters is you have to eat an egg salad sandwich while you're there, you would do it.
If you say eat this egg salad full sandwich?
Full sandwich. You have to eat it while you're on the grounds at Augusta.
No, nope, not doing it.
Unbelievable.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
A whole sandwich?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
You'll probably never win tickets to the Masters in your life.
You know what else I'll never do is eat a full egg salad sandwich.
Jeremy White.
Put the tickets on the table so when we make the offer next year. Do it. I'll prove it. Anybody that wins the lottery, come into the studio and make the offer. I'll prove it. I won't do it.
Joe DiBiase.
What if I made it for you and one other person?
Does the other person eat the sandwich?
No, only you have to eat the sandwich.
No.
Have some heart.
I would love to. I'd love to do something that is easy for normal people and get to play Augusta. I could not physically do it.
Be a man.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR Sports Radio 550.
One of the patrons at Augusta yesterday had a hat. It was a rope hat, and it just said egg salad.
I saw that. Yeah. Christmas is coming.
Would I wear that hat? After the show, I got to, some other let's get stupid stuff because I was broadcasting from home. So after, an hour of you guys berating me and telling me what I would do as if you knew me better than I know myself, I got to, you know what would have been a good follow-up is, would you abandon the Bills? You have to become a Dolphins fan for the rest of your life. Would you do that? For a yearly trip to the Masters. You get to go to the Masters every year. All you have to do, disown the Bills and root for the Dolphins. Would you do it?
For a yearly trip to the Masters.
You get to go to the Thursday every year. Sunday, whatever. One day a year, you can go to that tournament. You have to disown the Bills.
No.
Why not?
Because
I think you would.
You've made it a lifelong commitment. It's not a good comparison. You've made it a lifelong commitment. I'm not telling you you've got to eat egg salad every day for the rest of your life.
That's as bad. It's just as bad.
The equivalent would be
sandwich is equal to disowning the Bills.
Like one day at the stadium where the Bills play the Dolphins, and I have to be a Dolphins fan.
But that's not even. That's just acting.
But that's the same.
That's just being in a movie. I'm pretending to be a different person for a day. I'm gonna have a good time. That's being a tourist.
I mean, it could be a lifelong lie. Right? If I were, how much is it going to be meaningful, or how much is it going to be true that I'm a Dolphins fan? If I have to be a Dolphins fan, how long until I'm actually a Dolphins fan?
I don't know, but you would make the commitment. You would disown the Bills. Anybody want that? Josh, you want that? Not going to do it? Chance.
I need more than Augusta. I need to be able to play Augusta.
You would sell the Bills down the river for that?
To become a member at Augusta.
You have to be a member.
I might.
Wow.
Yeah,
Look
to
at
become
you.
a member at Augusta, I might disown them. Yeah.
You're just more for...
I have to be a Dolphins fan, though. I can't even pick, the Seahawks or something random.
Dolphins. You have to actively root against the Bills.
If the Dolphins are at all involved in this deal, I'm out.
You have to be one of those people that pretends Josh Allen is bad now. Like a Dolphins fan.
I mean,
a Dolphins fan that say he's not that good. You become one of those people that posts...
So I got to become an idiot.
Tua's win-losses. What's the difference now, Joe? You have to be one of the people that post Tua win-loss and touchdown rate next to Allen's. I mean, I don't see what's the big
Tua's
deal.
better.
Yep.
I got to become part of Tuanon.
Yes.
I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could look anyone in the eye and not laugh while I'm doing it.
I did ask a few people. I got my text club. I asked a few people, and for some it was snakes. I couldn't do anything with snakes.
Snakes.
Could you just...
Yeah.
Right. It ends up being something... There's something out there that everybody hates that, no, I wouldn't... I couldn't do it. I couldn't... people are afraid of speaking in public. People are afraid of heights.
I know, but there's always... There's a reward... I bet those people, there's always a reward strong enough to where you would actually do it. You would fight through if the reward was... There's always a reward. Just depends for who, depending on who the person is, what it is. For you, it might not be, Augusta. But if it was, a beach house on the water for free on the Atlantic Ocean, then maybe you'd do it. Maybe I would sit in a room of snakes for an hour for that.
Wow, you'll sit in a room of snakes for an hour.
Yeah.
All right.
If I make the reward strong enough.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do it the egg salad to become a member at Augusta?
I don't know.
A member at Augusta. You could play it whenever you want. You don't really live there.
So
you might have to move
from
there.
From what I hear, it's that... Look it up. I think it's not open that much. The season to play it is short.
What do you mean? For the members?
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
It's the season to play it.
What do they do the whole year?
Get ready for this tournament.
And
they're doing a lot
maintenance?
I think so.
Cutting the grass with the scissors, and that's 6 months of the year?
They don't actually scissors it, do they?
I've seen video of people walking around the fairways with little pairs of scissors, and they're cutting the grass. I mean, that very well could just be for the camera of it, right? In the promos, look how much we take care of the course. We are hand cutting every blade of grass. No lawnmowers on this course.
We have some egg related questions in the chat. Is it just chicken eggs? Or is it snake eggs and ostrich eggs?
I think these are terrible questions.
Listen,
I've had duck eggs before.
At some point, there's going to be the chat is going to need an intervention. At some point, the chat has gone, the YouTube chat has gone.
The bullpen? What happened?
It's yes, we
need a bullpen intervention.
Yes, we've had some issues here. 803-0550. Let's get a phone call in here. You get them. Joe in North Tonawanda. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Joe. Good.
Hey, so about knowing if the Bills win the Super Bowl. From a fan perspective, no way. It takes out the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. From a better perspective, which I'm not, however, if someone told me when they were going to win and by how much, I would like to know that. Maybe not about the Super Bowl, just any game in the world.
Sure. I mean, knowing...
We're now making it, yeah.
Becoming... is it Biff Tannen in Back to the Future 2 and knowing who's going to win? Yes, you could build a small empire. But as a fan, knowing your team is going to win ahead of time would ruin it.
I don't even watch, people tell you, don't tell me the score, I'm watching the game. Just tell me the score and I'll watch the highlights on ESPN. Why sit there? You know the outcome. Go do something else.
Right.
It's not fun anymore.
Thanks, Joe.
You're telling me, though, if you knew they were going to win the Super Bowl and you're getting invited to Super Bowl parties that day and they win and everybody around you is crying,
you're going to be happy for everybody. You're going to be sitting there
in the corner
you're going to feel
I knew this was going to happen. So.
You're going to feel like you lost out, yes.
I think you're going to be happy for everybody around you, and that's going to be the enjoyment, all the enjoyment you need.
Yeah. You're going to be happy for everybody around you, and you're going to wish you were one of them, that you didn't know, that you could have experienced Tyler Bass kicking it to win it and experiencing that as opposed to finding out a year ahead of time. You could see the future. You just wouldn't want that because then you'd have no drama. Hey, it's the first game of the playoffs. It's the Ravens game. It's the Chiefs game. You wouldn't care. You could watch the game. Maybe you'd go to a farmer's market instead.
No, you'd want to see them beat the Chiefs.
You watch them beat the Chiefs, but
you want to see them beat the Chiefs.
But again, if you know it's going to happen, it's significantly less enjoyable. The drama is what we're here for.
I think still very enjoyable. I still think very enjoyable. And I'm doing it for the greater good. But I'm not the one that hates egg salad that much. So,
well, now you're combining things. I'm not saying that you are doing anything to make it happen. You just knowing ahead of time is bad.
Yeah.
Ultimately. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Masters round 2 is underway. We'll get to the green carpet a little bit later. We've got
2 bogeys to start for the 2 guys that opened on hole 1.
Okay.
And we're on the range. I haven't seen anything on the range that stands out though for green carpet.
For fashion?
Yet. No, everyone's been fine so far.
Shedeur Sanders is telling teams, Louis Riddick.
Which,
by the way,
says,
everything reported about Shedeur Sanders we should treat as if it's directly from him and his dad, right?
His dad especially. 100%.
He doesn't want to go in the top 3.
Yeah, his camp, Riddick put it as though his camp doesn't want to go in the top 3. That they would prefer going to a team later. And this comes on the heels of him visiting with Pittsburgh. And he talked up Tomlin. He was on TV yesterday talking about it, how much they got along. So, yeah, to me, this is all messaging of, I want to go to the Steelers. But how is it going to work? Is he going to get that far? Or is it even true? Would you want to go? I guess you would if you were him, wouldn't you? You would want to go later to the better team that's a quarterback away versus going to some dumpster fire organizations picking at the top?
Maybe. I think the idea that bad organizations pick at the top is overblown. Who picked at the top last year? Washington, and then the quarterback was good enough that they're no longer a dumpster fire. And the Bears have been a mess for a long time. They draft Caleb Williams. 1 year later, they hire the best coaching candidate of the last 3 years.
That's right.
They're not a dumpster fire anymore. The Patriots, they draft Drake May. Now they've got Mike Vrabel. I get it.
You could turn it around.
Yes, you're going.
All 3 of those teams kind of did, right? What got them there was, Washington, it was Daniel Snyder in a joke of a franchise before the new owners took over. In Chicago, they were a dumpster fire even up to last year, but then they've made it better. And New England, you could argue the same thing.
Well, the quarterback gets you out of being a dumpster fire. That's really it.
It attracts people that make you more suitable.
We could say if you're an imperfect prospect, think about the quarterbacks that have gone at the top and what they've done for their franchises. Whether that's Peyton Manning or the Colts before Peyton Manning. I don't even remember the Colts before Peyton Manning.
Were they a playoff team, though?
Harbaugh had, but they picked first overall to get him.
Right.
So they're a mess.
Right.
The Chargers, before Ryan Leaf, they take him number 2. And then ultimately, they take Rivers number 4, and he turns them around. The fact that, they were a dumpster fire organization where Eli Manning didn't want to play for them.
Yeah.
They had the first pick. He said, don't take me. Mm-hmm. So they took him and traded him and went for Rivers. That's always going to be the case. If you're a quarterback that goes at the top, it's rare that you feel great about the organization picking first. Joe Burrow went to the Bengals. Mm-hmm. Trevor Lawrence goes to the Jaguars. Let's just run through the history of quarterbacks taken near the top. At the time, you feel pretty bad about who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Titans a mess of an organization, or are they just, it's been a couple rough years, We made up a couple of bad trades. We turned it over to Ryan Tannehill. We let Derrick Henry walk. We traded A.J. Brown. The GM made bad decisions. It all fell apart.
Yeah, that's more of it for them, I think.
Sure. The Browns had one of the best rosters in football, and their owner reached in and made a horrible decision at quarterback, and now they're going to...
See, maybe there's only a couple then, but aren't there at least 2 where you would have to seriously consider that they're just going to screw it up. They're going to maybe not even screw it up. They're going to make it hard on me. They're going to make if I do my job, they're going to make it hard on me.
That depends.
And that could be Cleveland. That could be the Jets. Cleveland, Mayfield was drafted at the top, and he was turning that around. They were respectable, and they kicked him out.
Why?
Well, because he got hurt, and because the Watson was available.
And who was his coach? It was Freddie Kitchens at the start, and
it was Hugh Jackson, and then it was Freddie Kitchens, and then it was Stefanski. I think, right? Didn't he go through 3 coaches before he got out of there?
That's to me.
And he was pretty good the whole time.
That's to me the problem. What's the most likely way as a quarterback to fail? Look at how the Jets failed Sam Darnold. Just give him Adam Gase. Give him How'd the Patriots fail Mac Jones? Let's give him Joe Judge as an offensive and Matt Patricia. So if you're one of these quarterbacks going at the top, Kevin Stefanski at number 2 strikes me as a good landing spot. Brian Daboll and the Giants, I mean,
you're more worried about the coach.
Yes,
than
I think the coach is the ecosystem, basically. How did Sam Darnold figure it out? He went to Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota.
Right.
And, okay, he saved that guy's career. So I think it's more about what kind of coach you're going to and sure, supporting cast, offensive line, that kind of stuff.
So Sanders likes Tomlin then.
Should he?
I don't think so.
No, I don't either.
What evidence is there that right now that's the organization
that's going to develop a
that's the
quarterback?
coaching staff that's going to develop me and get the most out of me? It is Arthur Smith, right? At offensive coordinator. I mean, that's actually a little better than what they've been, but it's also not Kevin O'Connell. It's not Kevin Stefanski even, I would say. And Tomlin's a little meddlesome. Remember there were clips of him last year telling Smith what to run at the goal line? That was late in the season. There were videos of that against Baltimore. I think he was doing that. So he likes Tomlin, and I see why some have the desire to play for him, but I wouldn't be so sure that that's the right environment for me to go to. And I think what Riddick said yesterday makes me think that Sanders' camp, maybe they're just laying the groundwork for it. Maybe they won't pursue it much more than this because you can't force your way that late if you really want to. But they could be laying the groundwork for we're good if we don't go high in this draft. And hey, Pittsburgh, come get us. If we're still there at 15 on the board, trade up and come get us. I don't know how likely that is to happen.
Saints, are the Saints a mess?
Saints are a mess cap-wise.
They have been for a while. They just kind of always mess that up. They just hired a new offensive coach, Kellen Moore. Can he get it right for Shedeur Sanders, who might go 9th to the Saints?
Right. Yeah, that's not bad.
If I'm a quarterback, I'm looking at my coach, my coordinator, whether or not they are going to be good for me.
But the other thing, too, though, if you're a quarterback, this is where it's interesting, because you're kind of you're picking your spot even though you don't get to pick your spot. Cleveland and New York, they've got 2 offensive coaches that have proof of concept that they have developed quarterbacks in the past. Are they both not one bad year away from getting fired?
Sure.
So you have to think about that, too. What's the timeline? Because if I go to New York and I'm with Daboll and it doesn't go well, and in a year he's gone and I'm in the wilderness, I don't know who my next guy is going to be. You could bet on it could go well. Maybe you get the Caleb Williams treatment and they go hire a Ben Johnson. But if they hire the wrong guy, then now you're kind of stuck, and now you're Darnold.
You were not here last week when I had this stat for Nate, because you and I hadn't been together for 2 weeks, that in the last 11 years, there have been 11 quarterbacks drafted in the top 3 whose head coach was fired the next year. It happens on average.
11 in the top 3 that had their head coach fired the next year?
Yes.
In how long?
11 and 11 years. It's 6 in the last 6 years. You average.
It's a guy per year?
Yeah. Last year was 2.
That seems unbelievable.
Last year, Caleb Williams and Drake May both had their coach fired.
Right.
Baker Mayfield had his coach fired. Yeah. Trevor Lawrence had his coach fired. Jared Goff, coach fired. 11 in the last 11 years. There's this talking point that if a coaching staff drafts a guy at the top, they're just extending their time.
It's not true.
It's a myth.
Yeah.
And that's not the first round. That's the top 3.
Right.
I mean, you have to be bad enough to get there. But, hey, we're bad. Let's get a quarterback. It didn't go fast enough. You're fired once a year.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that going to be this year?
Whoever the Giants take.
Might be.
Whoever the Giants take.
Would it shock you if it's 2?
Or Cleveland. Yeah, no, it could be 2.
Could it be 3? Could it be Tennessee?
Right. Callahan's not like that. He doesn't have to be coach.
That's right.
Next year.
Could be 1, could be 2, could be 3. But I would bet at least one of them. At least one.
Over under 1.5, you would take would you take over?
Well, last year's quarterbacks that went 1, 2, 3 are all better prospects than these 2 that could go 1, 2, 3, wherever they go.
Well, the other part of that is those 3 teams are not all drafting quarterback.
Right.
2 probably are.
2 probably are.
Tennessee will and New York will.
Unless Jackson Dart's not moving up to the top 3, but he's moving. Dan Orlovsky put him in the top 10 this week.
Cleveland, to me, they're at 33, the first pick of the second round. They are the number 1 candidate for trading up and going and getting a quarterback at the end of the first round. So I'll be on alert considering the Bills have traded down a lot recently if the Browns want to come up like 4 spots and pick a quarterback.
Yep. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, happy Masters Friday. It's rainy.
Waiting way too long to get the coverage, though. What is, come on, Masters? We've had people on the course for 40 minutes, and I got nothing.
We don't really ever see the first couple holes, right? It's odd.
We started to the last couple of years because ESPN Plus would have cameras ready to go with all of those guys, but it's a Paramount Plus thing, I think, that there's no camera out there yet.
Yeah.
There's one on the range, I guess, but they've only been showing Justin Rose.
It's a press conference that's been called today, or an announcement today, regarding Buffalo Pro Soccer, 11:30 this morning, to mark a major milestone in efforts to bring professional soccer to the city. So 11:30 this morning, a couple weeks back, we talked to Peter Marlette Jr., who is the president of Buffalo Pro Soccer, on their efforts to get a stadium. So stay tuned, that announcement or news, whatever the news is, to come today, 11:30 today, an announcement.
All right, interesting.
Jeremy and Joe, green carpet, some more fun, get some trivia in along the way. It's a rainy Friday. They're all rainy these days. It's too bad. On WGR.
550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Round 2 of the Masters is underway. We're about 15 minutes away from some of the bigger names teeing off, including the leader. Justin Rose tees off in about 15 minutes at 8:52. He is 7 under, 3 shots up on second place Scotty Scheffler, Ludwig Oberg, and Corey Connors, who are all 4 under. Bryson DeChambeau is 3 under. Rory McIlroy, after his 4 under start, had 2 doubles at the end and ends up even par on the day. That is 7 back of the lead. To hockey, the Sabres lost last night 3-2 to Columbus. They were up 2-0, 3 unanswered by the Blue Jackets. They stay alive in the playoff race, although they're like 1% to catch Montreal with only 4 games to go. Sabres and Panthers tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Florida pushing for playoff seeding. To football, TJ Watt and the Steelers talking contract. Ian Rappaport says that Watt has not been happy with those negotiations at this point, which kind of led to that social media post the other day. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond turned himself in after a sexual assault warrant was issued for him in Frisco, Texas yesterday. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
It definitely wasn't easy out there. The greens were starting to firm up. It's definitely going to be a firm Masters this year. And yeah, I thought I was playing pretty tough out there. I did a good job of managing my way around the course. Like I said, kept the card clean with no bogeys. And that making no bogeys around here, you're always going to have a pretty good score.
Scotty Scheffler. He goes out afternoon today. I think it's 125 neighborhood. Justin Rose going out. He's the leader in about 7 minutes. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Friday. Less than a week from our draft special. That'll be the 17th.
Yes. Mock drafting.
I
haven't been doing a ton of mock drafting. Like the simulators. I've looked at them, but I just haven't done like the Draft Network has one,
Yeah.
Pro Football Network has one, Pro Football Focus has one.
We are still at, by the way, every day it goes by, it becomes true, the latest we've ever gone with every team having its own first-round pick.
Not making a trade.
No first-round pick has been traded.
I don't know that there's anything on the dot. Like, Tennessee's not moving, right?
No.
So it's not getting one there. So, like, where's the first real trade-up opportunity for, I mean, thinking about quarterbacks specifically? I mean, like, could New Orleans move up from 9 to try to jump somebody for a quarterback? Like, that could be one that happens. New Orleans at 9, or who else would be in that market? Seattle? No, they just had Darnold, though.
But that's like a one-year deal.
Yes, maybe
basically.
Seattle from 18, like moving up for a guy.
Maybe.
You always get a team you don't expect to draft a quarterback. Drafting one.
Yeah, last year it was Atlanta with Michael Penix Jr.
Right, yeah.
Every team owns its first-round pick. It's never happened before that they've all had their own and used their own, at least since like modern era. And they all still have their own first-round pick. So, interesting. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Sabres lose to Columbus last night. And they will finish out the schedule with the Panthers tomorrow, Lightning, Leafs, and Flyers. 4 games left on the season.
How about a Toronto home game that late?
Yeah.
Trying to decide if I hate that. Because it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the Sabres.
It might not matter to the Leafs.
Right, that's right. So I guess I do hate it. Right? Like, give me that Sabre-Leaf game with that atmosphere somewhere in the middle of the year. Not right at the end when, looking at where Toronto is right now, we know it doesn't matter for the Sabres. Toronto is 3 points up on their division with 4 points to go. So by 2 games left, I mean, it's possible it's still alive, but they could have it wrapped up.
If we're looking back at the Sabres season and, 14-year droughts and all that, and, they missed the playoffs, and I think it's hardly fire raining from the sky. They got to fire somebody. If they were to make moves, I don't think Sabres fans would be hurt by that. The story to me that makes this one different, and we've said it a few times, I'll just say it again, Ottawa and Montreal made it. You've been in a bucket with 4 teams, Detroit, Ottawa, Montreal. These 4 teams have been not good for a long time. The Sabres drought is obviously the longest. And the year that 2 of the 4 finally break through, you're not one of them. Mm-hmm. And the number of times over the last 5 years especially where it's been, wow, I mean, Ottawa, they shouldn't make that move. That player's is too old. They've given up a prospect. They've given up a pick. Montreal, same thing. And here they are. They're just going to make it. Montreal's not even good, maybe, and they're going to make it.
You know another thing that you could point to about Ottawa? You could almost point to the fact, as a defense of them doing that it didn't even work. Not all the time, right? They didn't all work. What have you heard come out of Kevin Adams' mouth a bunch of times since he's been the general manager? That he's not going to make a move to jeopardize the future.
Right, which is...
Ottawa traded for Alex DeBrincat and Jacob Chychrun. They're both gone. They made big swings on those players. They traded a top 10 pick for DeBrincat. I think they got a first back, but it wasn't near top 10. And if we know anything about the draft, it gets dried up really fast, right? Late first-round picks are not anything near top first-round picks. So that didn't work. And Chychrun didn't work. He's in Washington now. And how much did it cost them? Because they're going to make it.
Yeah.
And the two of their biggest acquisitions that they made to push in aren't even on the team anymore. And did it jeopardize their future? DeBrincat even told them he wasn't signing, right? So you might have lost some leverage on that. He only wanted to go to Detroit because that's where he wanted to be. And you're still fine. It didn't cost you. Now, again, they did make a couple other moves that have worked. I mean, Allmark is a smashing success, I think, for a trade for them. And Giroux's been an important player for them. And that was a free agent signing that was meant to push in. But just a little bit more evidence that any of those, it was 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago. They had an opportunity to make a move that would have pushed them in, and they didn't because of that. They didn't because they probably thought it would have jeopardized our future if we make a move like that, and it wouldn't have. Probably wouldn't have.
I don't expect Kevin Adams to be fired, but if he were to be fired, that's one of the things about having the job for this long is even though their finish of the season is strong and you feel maybe better about them than you did a month ago, every time we've got to the end of the season, it's been about all right, well, now we know the problem. We're going to get better next year. He'll say the same thing this offseason, oh, this went wrong. Here's where we think we can get better. We think we're in a good spot. If they were to fire the GM and just hire somebody else, whoever, it would not be like it's a tear-down rebuild situation. They're not old, bloated contracts they got to get rid of. They're not aging out. They extended some veterans. They have great young pieces. To have 2 players as good as Dahlin and Thompson and not compete, I mean, it's kind of amazing. Mm-hmm. And, you went back to a coach that's accomplished and thought that was going to be your answer. It's just kind of funny. I was thinking about it the other day that when you get a GM change, it's often, well, that's because it's time to tear things down. His plan didn't work. And what you just said about Ottawa is almost like he never really took swings big enough to say they didn't work. It was always just kind of the same.
Yeah.
It's been the same year every year he's been here. It's been almost the same. The one outlier is the year where they have Levi come up at the end and backstop them back into a dramatic finish and still end up short. But other than that, every year's the same year.
Yeah.
So
Levi, the story is what? That they didn't trade for a goalie that year because Levi, they thought it might cost them Levi. Yep. That they wouldn't be able to sign him.
Yep.
So in a way, he kind of held them hostage a little bit. Is he not? And I speak this as somebody that is super excited about his potential. I would bet he is going to be a top 10 goalie in the NHL. Everything about his trajectory, and you compare it to all the top goalies in the league, it's very different to me than Luukkonen. Luukkonen, who was drafted high, wasn't that great in the AHL, wasn't even that great in the ECHL, wasn't that great early on in the NHL, and then had a career year. Levi was best goalie in college, best goalie at the World Juniors, best goalie at the AHL. Every step along the way he's exciting. Has he not kind of held their goalie situation hostage, though, for a couple of years? Where would they be if he didn't exist? Would they have already acquired a veteran goalie by now to go with Luukkonen, like a higher asset? Would they have traded for one that year and made the playoffs? And how would that change things? And even like this offseason, it could be different, because I'm sitting here telling you I want them to do that, and I don't think they will, because they have Luukkonen under contract and Levi exists, and he's been dominant at the AHL again, and I bet you that they think that one of these years is going to happen, and he's going to be our number one guy, and he's going to be the future of our franchise. And if he didn't exist, maybe this offseason they would be going out and getting another goalie to go with Luukkonen.
Somebody, but would it be just as hard as getting any other player they want? I mean, their last couple free agent goalies, it's been Eric Comrie.
Right.
Carter
tried
Hutton.
Matt Murray, and he said no.
He said no. Eric Comrie, Carter Hutton. I don't know if they're not willing to go to the top end, but,
can they get them?
Can they get them?
Craig Anderson was at the end of his career.
Reimer
was at the end of his career, got waived. Yeah, the last goalie of consequence that they've acquired was Leonard, but he had hardly even played, right?
Yeah.
He was young.
And he's part of a three-headed monster at the time, and they traded a first-round pick to get him. He didn't have the right to say no. It's not an organization that really deserved to hear no's at that point. Anyway, 803-0550, the phone number. So the Sabres season has a few games left, and then off to the postseason. We'll see what they say at the end of the year. Could they fire the GM and just say, hey, new set of eyes on this that we think maybe can get things going? It could happen. I wouldn't expect it. I don't think anybody is. But maybe they'll surprise us. When they fired Murray, it was a surprise. Surprise.
You never know.
And when
there's no warning sign. There's almost never a warning sign to me with a GM getting fired.
When they fired Murray, it was a surprise. When they fired Botterill, it was after saying they weren't going to.
Right.
So you never know. But I don't anticipate it. We'll visit the green carpet. If you're on the YouTube stream, join us. Or if you can't get there because you got to see some of these looks. We've got Sergio. We've got Patrick Reed. You've got to see Bernhard Langer going throwback. And then an inside story on Melbon and Jason Day. And it's just wild how the golf fashion industry is, getting pushback from places like Augusta. More on that coming up.
Join
Let's take a trip to the green carpet. Look at some of the fits. And we'll tell you about them. Very quick segment here. From Augusta, Sergio Garcia leads us off here. Maybe you saw Sergio. He looked like he was on...
It's hard to miss.
It's like a Pennzoil pit crew outfit.
Yeah, strawberry lemonade. He did it because it's his country's flag.
The Spanish flag. It's
Spanish
also
flag.
the colors of his live golf team. Like, you could say it's the Spanish flag. It's his live golf. The Fireball F's, right? Fireballers?
Fireball FC or whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's tough.
Not good.
Bright red on bright yellow.
You could try to tell me that's Spain and his Spanish flag. Look at it. It's the Fireballs.
Yeah.
All right, Patrick Reed. Camo for Patrick Reed. Look at the graphic we got here on our YouTube stream. This is how we're gonna go big. Patrick Reed camo top. You know what? I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either.
I think camo on golf can actually work pretty well. And sure, fine. Patrick Reed is a pass, not a fail, because solid colors the rest of the way.
Yep.
Also, Mr. Upside Down Hat Guy.
There he is.
An upside down Arizona State hat. This was the second most notable thing, maybe the third most notable thing this guy did. What's his name again?
The guy
Jose Luis Ballester.
Okay, he peed in Ray's Creek on the 13th.
He had to pee in Ray's Creek.
He went to the bathroom in the creek.
He could have been known
at the Masters.
He could have been known as the man that introduced Augusta to the upside down hat, and instead he's the man that peed in Ray's Creek.
And then afterwards, at the press conference, when asked
about it,
said I would do it again. He said I would do it again.
Well, he won't want to do it again when they have a talking to him this morning.
All I want is this guy in the featured group, and I want to see him on 13. He says he would do it again.
Do it again?
Let's go. I want to see you do it again.
Imagine he has the lead on Sunday and he does it again. And they just escort him off the premises.
Upside down hat guy, peas in Ray's Creek. Bernhard Langer wearing all red, a little bit of a throwback of what he wore 30 years ago.
The day he won the Masters in 1985, he was wearing the same exact color scheme.
40 years
there
ago.
it is.
Look
Going
at
back and forth between the old one and the new one.
Look at what we can do on our YouTube feed.
Throwing the white belt in, though, too, is a good one.
I appreciate it. I
think he pulls it off. I don't think anybody else on the course yesterday pulls that look off, but I think he does.
His name's Bernhard.
Bernhard Langer.
You can wear that.
Yeah.
Who else we got up here on the green carpet? Okay, Ludwig Oberg.
Crushed it.
Looks like he could play Ivan Drago in Rocky IV. He's a physical specimen. He can pretty much wear what he wants. He looks great.
Throwback Adidas logo also. Is awesome.
Not bad.
He crushed it.
Moving through here. You can find this at our page. So I want to tell you the story about Jason Day in Malbon. He had this print up top in black pants.
Yeah.
Malbon is this new golf company founded in 2017. They're trying to challenge the norms of golf wardrobe. He's wearing sweatsuits. He's wearing wild stuff.
Cardigans on the course. Right?
Yeah. So he wanted to wear, if you watch this on our stream later, or we'll tweet out a picture of this too, the print he has on his shirt, Malbon wanted him to wear matching pants. Like a full print
onesie.
Jumpsuit,
yeah.
And the Masters said no. Either the pants or the shirt. Do not wear them both.
What were they going to do though? They were going to kick him out?
I don't know. I was reading a story today in one of these business journal magazines that I subscribe to. This one's about front office sports is what it is, and it was all about how Malbon, especially as a company, like the PGA Tour has been after them. There are loose rules on what you can and can't wear, and they haven't exactly been fined, but the tour and everybody's after them. Stop doing that. Don't do that. So they're counterculture and they're cool.
Yeah.
But anyway, Jason Day's their guy. He consistently looks pretty good, but if he had worn the full jumpsuit that matches that shirt, it might have been he might have had some more headlines for it.
Yeah. I wish he would have done it anyway.
Yeah.
Does Augusta have a specific employee whose job is? Did you talk to Jason? Did you talk to Malbon today? Like somebody gets a report every day. Like we made sure we talk. Like there's a special almost like a special prosecutor of Jason Day's golf fit. Like we got to check on that guy because they're not checking like that on everybody, are they? Do they go to every golfer before round one and ask what they're wearing to make sure that they're doing something okay?
They know who their
guys are.
They know who the targets are. All right.
So what
Jason Day.
Mailbon needs to do is they need to secretly get in on somebody else that they're not expecting. Like, hey, Corey Connors. Jason was going to wear this yesterday, but he's not going to. So, like, they're not even looking at you. You want to just show up in this tomorrow? We'll give you whatever.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
This has been the green carpet. Now that we have the ability to put them on the screen, on the feed, you can check it out at our YouTube page if you'd like. 803-0550. The Bandits play this weekend.
Set the sellout record for them in its season. 5 sellouts this year. I think they've averaged 18,000 on the year.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
They're fun.
Watching Angel Cabrera hit a putt, another yellow ball out here.
Yeah.
And
it's the seniors that are using it.
I guess so. Big sweeper of a putt.
Yeah.
Masters underway. When we get back, Sam Brookhouse, Sumer Sports, on the draft. We'll get some draft chatter in so you can pop in with us if you like. Give us a ring. We're sitting here watching the Masters, talking draft on this Friday. TGIF, right? Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Round 2 of the Masters is underway, and you have the leader out on the course right now, Justin Rose, who is 7 under par, 3-shot lead going into today after yesterday. He had a great day. Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler, Ludwig Oberg are all in second, 4 under par, 3 shots back. Rory McIlroy was also 4 under par, but he had 2 doubles in the final 4 holes to go back to even heading into today. DeChambeau at 3 under. To hockey, the Sabres lost last night in Columbus, 3-2. They had a 2-0 lead. They end up falling. Next up is tomorrow night in Florida. It's a 6 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 5 here on WGR. In the NFL, no surprise, the TJ Watt social media post from a couple days ago where he had the peace out sign was contract related. Ian Rappaport reporting yesterday that he and the Steelers have been talking about an extension and that so far Watt has not been happy with those talks. To the some legal stuff in the NFL yesterday. The NFL's requested the 911 tape of the most recent domestic dispute involving Tyreek Hill. They could suspend him under the personal conduct policy, regardless of whether he is charged. Texas wide receiver Isaiah Bond, who's a projected second-rounder, he's had a visit with the Bills, has turned himself in on a sexual assault warrant for him in Frisco, Texas. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think Joe Burrow is a great fit. Joe Burrow is always confident, always calm. Like, Shedeur is always this. He's one of the guys who's literally always that. He never gets too high, never gets too low. Joe does a great job of being accurate and understanding the system. And then what I think comparison really works is, what was that? The year that Joe and them went to the Super Bowl, he was sacked a lot. I think he was the most sacked quarterback in the NFL and was still productive. That's who Shedeur was, last year, being sacked over 50-something times and still being productive, still at the top of all the quarterback statistics.
That's Shedeur Sanders' trainer on his comp. He's on with Rich Eisen in that spot. So the comp, Joe Burrow. Seen a few, have seen, your pocket passer guys that are accurate. Geno Smith for Shedeur Sanders. Mm-hmm. And we'll see where he ultimately goes. Some draft chatter here. Joining us on the Western Hotline of Sumer Sports is Sam Brookhouse, who is going to chat draft with us, rather. Sam, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. We're less than 2 weeks away. Can you handle the movement and the storylines?
Man, I'm checking out these mock drafts. I'm a data scientist over here at Sumer Sports, and I'm seeing Shedeur Sanders anywhere from 2 to the middle of the second round in the latest mock drafts. And we're not talking about just Joe Schmo out there. We're talking about some of the most accurate mock drafters have that big of a range. So it's very exciting. It's going to be a really interesting draft in 2025.
It must be tough, like in terms of data scientists and trying to figure out mock drafts, what's going to happen, because a mock draft is a projection, and really all it takes for a guy to be a first rounder is one team to think he's worth it. And if they get to a 50-50 coin flip, the coin flip is deciding if a player goes 11th or 42nd.
It really is interesting, and I actually just finished up an interview with Benjamin Robinson of Grinding the Mocks, who has brought a lot of this data together over the time. And basically the credence that he gives is the guys in the top 50 are probably going to go in the top 50. In recent years, he hasn't been too far. So the names that you're hearing from the media, those guys are probably going to go in the top 50. And then that's where the casino starts, the roulette table starts spinning. All those guys after the top 50 could go anywhere from day 2 to maybe even undrafted.
Sam Brookhouse with us on the Western Hotline. The Sumer Sports Draft Guide is up as well. It's very user-friendly. You click on the guy, and there's a bunch of data right there. I was looking at Sanders actually this morning on this, Sam, and because one thing that I've known about him is that he takes sacks, and there's his pressure-to-sack ratio right there, super high number. It is beyond that, but also including that, what do you think of him as a prospect? And that's always been my concern. It's just he's going to show up in the NFL, and I don't know if he can learn this, but he's going to have to figure out how to take way fewer sacks than he did at Colorado.
You nailed it on the head, and our data on the draft guide really shows it in stark relief. He does take a lot of stacks. Here's, I think, what the difference in prospect profile is from him versus some of the other guys is he is just a level of accurate that no other passer in this draft can even match. We're talking about zone by zone, whether it's a eye test scout or whether it's the AI that we employ at Sumer Sports. This dude is just incredibly accurate and has done it time over time, both at Jackson State and at Colorado at a high level. And I think the teams that are, able to get players in a position to make throws, I'm thinking about even maybe the Browns, teams like the 49ers, teams that run that kind of Shanahan scheme where the quarterbacks are put in a little bit of an easier position, don't have to think as much. As a result, limitations on sacks. But his superpower is accuracy. I think he can really fit into a team like that really well.
Do any teams then that he's been mocked to or gets commonly put to make sense for that? Like if Cleveland ends up with him, or I don't know, like the Raiders are a team he's visited with, Pittsburgh now. How many of these teams then do you kind of fit that bill?
I think that the Browns really are a fantastic fit given what we've seen Kevin Stefanski do with quarterbacks over the time. I also think he'd fit into what Kevin Stefanski wants to do. Very key there. Deshaun Watson, when he came in, more of an RPO-style passer. Bill O'Brien had kind of built the ship out of him at Houston for the Houston Texans. He goes in with Stefanski, and it just didn't jive at all. The scheme did not match his talents. And I think Shedor's talents actually do match considerably better. I think the Browns are really an excellent fit. Here is what's interesting to me, though. I don't think they're betting on the evaluation of Shedor as an excellent player. I think the thing that they will be monitoring at any given point in time, especially as the mock drafts focus on accuracy here in the near future and they start getting more information, is the probability that he will make it all the way to 33 where they're drafting. Yeah. I think it's very probable that they have him on a similar tier as Cam Ward, but I just think the difference in availability post pick 1, 2, or 3 is so much higher for Shedeur Sanders that they're actually just betting that he'll be available rather than betting on any evaluation.
Yeah, that's the idea of not just playing the board, but playing the league. I mean, you're playing a game here. The draft is a competition and playing your opponents. As you mentioned, style, RPO, pocket passer, all that. I saw a note about Jackson Dart, and it kind of drives home how the evaluation process in the NFL, it can get kind of tough. So the stat is just this, that Jackson Dart, only 14% of his passing attempts were drop-back passes because he had so many RPOs and screens and play action. And if you're a team trying to figure out, can this guy be our pocket passer? Can he be a drop-back quarterback? You just don't have that much. And trying to figure out, this goes to quarterback, this goes to receiver, this goes to a lot of positions. Like, all right, what did he do well there, and what can he do well for us if we ask different things?
So that is the massive concern. And the thing that I love about Sumer Sports is, as you mentioned on our draft guide, we have a ton of data, and I like to find the places where the eye, the scouts and the people in the media matches the AI, what we've trained computer vision to find. And here's where it matches on Jackson Dart. The guy played for an offensive visionary in Lane Kiffin, and he was immensely good at hitting his first and second reads. The problem is after those first and second reads, he pretty much scrambled all the time. There was not a lot of deep processing, and that really aligns with what you just said. There's not a ton of just true drop-back passes. He was reading the field, making quick passes to 1 or 2, or getting out of there and hightailing it and scrambling for a rush attempt. As a result, he was very effective at that. He was very high in expected points added per rush, as you can see on our draft guide on sumersports.com. But the question is, it's one thing to be successful at scrambling in the NCAA. It is a whole other thing to be successful at scrambling in the NFL. If he can keep that bit of his game and succeed in an RPO-style offense, I can see upside. but I'm really worried about him running, number one, more complex offenses, and number two, a potential injury risk should he be taking big hits at the next level.
To round out the quarterbacks that we're on, and especially the guys that it's kind of a question of where they'll go. We know Cam Ward's going to go one, at least it seems that way. Jalen Milroe, do you think the idea that he could go late first round is crazy, or do you feel like there's enough there that a team taking that shot, there's upside to it?
So if we're talking about athleticism, we're talking about athletic traits, skills, ceiling. Jalen Milroe is unmatched in this draft. He's one of the most explosive runners and has one of the livest arms in this draft. The issue is it just did not convert to consistent production. You look at the stats on our draft guide, there's not a lot of blue chip grades there, and all of them are shaded so you can see them pretty cleanly. There's not a lot of blue on there. There's really not a ton of green on there either, except for in the rushing stats. He did go through a coaching change, entirely new system. That system was built for drop-back passers to where his previous systems at Alabama were more built for his style of play. That's a confounding measure. And then finally, the real confounding measure is when this dude played top teams, he absolutely would go off. You go watch the Georgia game from last year, an excellent passing display and an excellent rushing display. You go watch the LSU games the last 2 years, just absolutely fantastic rushing production. Basically won the game all by himself. He's a guy that you're either all in on or you're all out on. So as a result, you mentioned at the top of the radio show, all it takes is one team. I really like the Steelers as a fit for him, given what we've seen them try to do in the past with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
Sam Brookhouse with us on the Western Hotline. Sumer Sports, their draft guide is available. You can check it out on their website. To the Bills, Sam, picking late in the first round, there are defensive needs, corner, defensive linemen. Let's start with corner. Your opinion on what could be available to them and what might make sense for them at that position, and whether does it seem like a sweet spot? I mean, there are a couple corners that it doesn't feel like they're going to get a shot at. Will Johnson, maybe. Barron from Texas. Is that it, though? Do you feel like anybody else they'll at least have a chance at, even if it's a small trade-up or something?
So, looking at the picks that the Bills have, I feel like there's going to be a lot more trades down, actually. So, they're picking at round 1, pick 30. They were in a similar position last year. And I think the same strategy that ended up in acquiring Keon Coleman may be a strategy that ends up adding an edge rusher, a defensive tackle, or a cornerback in the second round, which is basically take a team who wants to jump back in the first round, perhaps it'll end up being for a quarterback, just swap picks with them, move into the second round, get some immediate value for the future, and then go get a guy like Savon Ravel, Benjamin Morrison, who all have pretty good evaluations and pretty good stats, but for all these guys, there's one very critical issue. For Ravel and for Benjamin Morrison, it's injury. For some other guys, it's differences in play style or limited play styles and stuff like that. There's really only one true blue chip corner in this draft. I think that's Travis Hunter. And then there's another top tier kind of first round consensus grade. You mentioned him, Will Johnson. I'd be interested if they stick at 130, whether they look at a guy like Walter Nolan, some of these defensive linemen that I think can continue building depth for them up front. I think that will be available, but I think if they're going to look for a cornerback or someone to bolster the defensive backfield, they may actually end up trading back into the second round, taking some value and still getting the guy they want anyway, as they kind of did with Keon Coleman at the wide receiver position last year.
Is that mostly to say you feel like there really isn't a corner at 30 that would be like a run to the podium guy that would be more likely to be a defensive lineman?
Yeah, I just don't kind of see it. The cluster of cornerbacks occurs in two spots in the draft, and I was running through some mock drafts for the Buffalo Bills yesterday. The cluster begins kind of the early to middle second round with those guys that I just mentioned. And then there's another cluster around the fourth and fifth round of guys like Quincy Riley, Kobe Bryant, who had excellent all-star games and good cornerback profiles. I'd be shocked if maybe they don't try to address cornerback in the more middle rounds. Obviously, the expected value on those picks are not near as high as they are in the first round, but really, if you look at the more analytical draft charts, it's not that terrible. I do think that people will have really, really high grades on edge rushers and defensive tackles and interior offensive linemen. basically at the end of the first round going into the first few picks of the second round, and I think those guys will be available should the Bills want to make a selection at pick 30.
Last thing for me, Sam, the wide receiver position, the Bills need-wise there would just be a downfield speed guy, it appears. And they had Isaiah Bond in on a visit. That was a guy that I liked, but there's this sexual assault thing with him, and there's other character stuff with him. So is there a name that makes sense to you, whether it's a day 2 guy or maybe an early day 3 guy that would fit the bill of speed and someone that can get open down the field for the Bills?
So when I was running through my mock draft yesterday, there's an excellent cluster of wide receivers around pick 56, round 2, where the Bills are sitting. And there's kind of a group of guys, day 2 guys, that I think will be of interest. And it's a full menu, whether they want to go ahead and replace a Mac Hollins or add a speed guy. Jaden Higgins is going to be more that true X. Guys like Jalen Royals, ironically, Jalen Noel, a lot of Jalen's in this draft. Royals out of Utah State. Noel also out of Iowa State, as Higgins is, and then also Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. There's going to be a smattering menu of wide receivers available right around pick 56, kind of at the turn. Also, they have pick 62. I think some will be available there as well. But I think they will have their menu day 2 of high potential wide receivers that maybe just don't have the expected value of someone like a Tet McMillan, for example.
Sam, thanks, and countdown continues.
Appreciate it.
Sumer Sports, the draft guide is a really good-looking guide. Like graphically, the way to sort it out, sumersports.com. It's sharp. I'm looking at a couple different wide receiver profiles. Matt Harmon of Reception Perception did Jack Besh and Kyle Williams both yesterday. Mm-hmm. It's so funny because different offenses ask different things of different guys, and there's the X, there's the flanker, there's the this. And one thing about Jack Besh, TCU wide receiver, so this might be a name you've heard, might be a name you like. And he has Jack Besh as a route tree that's not quite perfect, but near perfect. Mm-hmm. And the numbers on beating man and beating press are really impressive. Yeah. Really, really good. What's the knock on him? He's on one side of the formation. Is that a problem with the Bills? These are the things
like
that...
one side, not even like outside, inside. Like he only plays on like the right or whatever it would be.
Yeah. He played 72% of his snaps on one side, and Harmon writes that puts him squarely in the danger zone of the one side of the field receiver prospects. But again, he wins at the 85th percentile against man, the 91st against press, and the 60th against zone. The phrase big slot comes in again. Are the Bills going to be a team that has a big slot option? Shakir is in the slot. Kincaid's in the slot. Coleman could be big slot. Mm-hmm. They're going to add a receiver in the draft somewhere. Kyle Williams, that's another name for you. Maybe you've heard about Kyle Williams, not the former Bills receiver, but the Washington State receiver. And there's some stuff to like about him. And his route tree is not as impressive, but he beats man coverage to the 75th percentile. He did most of his damage at Washington State as an X, outside on 76% of his snaps. Mm-hmm. So it's tough enough to know what kind of receiver the Bills want. And I feel like in years past, we heard from Sal that Joe Burrow says, I don't really have a type that I need. Give me somebody good, and I'll make it work. Yeah. And that's not a terrible thing. Part of what is baked into these offensive picks and what the offense is going to do is I expect Joe Brady to be their offensive coordinator for one more season. Yeah. One. So
and that'll be a head coach.
So what do I got to do if I'm Brandon Beane? Do I get what Joe Brady wants? Do I get just somebody good because he's good with a lot of different guys? He's had a really good run here. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's tough to figure out what kind of receiver they want. The thing I think they do want is outside man beater. And after that, it can weave a million different directions.
See, that one example you mentioned, Jack Besh, that would be one area that the team, that's information the team can get that I don't think we can. Because what would be the answer to that? Like, there's a question there, right? He only lines up on one side.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I kind of want to know, why did that happen? And you can only guess here, and if you talk to the TCU coach on an interview or on TV or on the radio, you're not going to get you're not going to get an honest answer. You can't trust an honest answer there because the guy's not going to blast this guy in public. That's where the team, I would, like, if I'm the Bills, and I'm sure they do this, what are you doing? You're calling the TCU coach, and you're saying, okay, so what happened here? What is that because you guys, your way your offense was run, and can he do everything, or was there a real reason why he can't go on the left side? And that, you might get an honest answer. And that would be something the team could know that I wouldn't be able to know, is what information do you have on a question like that? And can he do something in the NFL that he couldn't do in college? Or can he just not do it?
There's also the point where who you take is not what you wanted, but it's who you take. There are 50 receivers. They would take 46 of them in the right spot. Right? Hey, it's the third round. Like, we'll take this guy. Hey, it's the first round. We would only take this guy. It's the sixth round. Now we like this guy. And for Best, Matt Harmon writes, he's an awesome receiver prospect, and says, comparisons, hands, route precision, run after catch make him similar to receivers like Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. That's why you're seeing a lot of Besh to the Rams, like that they might love him. He's elite in out-breaking routes, intermediate, short. He's physical. Keenan Allen comparisons are out there. But again, he's a guy that's in the slot.
So you just named three guys that often
power
play
slots
in the slot.
and big slot. Right.
Although Puka can do everything. So
I wonder, that's where Bond makes the most sense from a profile standpoint. And we talked about how he turned himself into the police and he's got a sexual assault thing to deal with. But outside dead speed, that to me is an easy, yes, they don't have that. That might be Palmer.
Well, I talked about this yesterday. You said like a lot of people have the Rams taking Besh because of that profile. I wonder if the Bills want to be like that.
Like
if they want to be like the Rams. They want a Puka. They want a Cooper Kupp. They want their receivers to be guys that do play in the inside a lot, and they can all block, and they're big-bodied. And if this guy presents a lot of those skill sets, then I think I might want to group the Bills in as one of those teams that would target a receiver like this guy that we're talking, who I haven't seen him a ton. I don't think I've ever seen him in the first round. I mean, Sam just told us like there's a kind of a sweet spot there at the end of the second round for those types of receivers. Is that probably where this guy goes?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. The second and third round is where a lot of this is going to happen.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe.
Justin Rose is on his hands and knees, wiping his hands on the grass. What do we think that's for?
Sunscreen.
He's
wiping the sunscreen
Okay, yeah,
off his hands.
there's another one. Yeah, it's sunscreen. Okay.
Yep.
I saw it presented without comment first. I'm like, what's happening there? Praying to the grounds of Augusta, but he had sunscreen in his hands. You got to do that way before your round, don't you? Sunscreen, because it gets your hands all
well.
Like if I'm golfing, I don't want to do sunscreen after I've already been on the course because I'm about to hit a shot in 2 seconds.
Easy answer. You don't use the lotion. You use the spray if you're going to use it.
Right.
That way it's not on your hands.
That is the very easy answer. You're right. Yep.
These bunkers look great. One thing about Augusta, listen, I'm not here to tell you I could shoot good scores at Augusta.
Oh, there's a but coming here, though.
There is a but. There's a but.
No, it's never a good start in Augusta conversation. It starts with, I'm not telling you I'd shoot well at Augusta.
I'm not telling you I'd shoot well at Augusta.
That is always the introduction to usually a crazy conversation.
But
the next sentence is, I would win if I started from 70 yards out.
But there's like no rough.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no rough.
It's not like U.S. Open or anything like that. Yeah.
You missed the fairway. Who cares? There's no rough.
Mm-hmm.
It's pine straw, and it's like AstroTurf out there. It's beautiful. I'm never going to get so deep in a lie that I'm going to, herniate a disc trying to get a ball out with a pitching wedge.
That's right.
That doesn't happen here. That's all.
It's just bunkers and slopes, right? That's how they make up for it. There's slopes everywhere. Yeah, I guess I never really. I mean, I know it's not like a U.S. Open style course because of U.S. Open. It's like you don't see your ball in the rough.
That's what I mean.
I don't know if there is a place on Augusta grass wise that you wouldn't see your ball.
No, I don't think so. I mean, even around the green, there's no it's very different. It's one of the cool things about this tournament versus others in golf. You got the U.S. Open and you miss the green, it rolls off by 3 feet. Now you have a big, thick tough the grass. You got to pop the ball out of there and get it to stop. Whereas at Augusta, what's it going to do? Roll 60 yards away.
Right.
And those are tough challenges when you got elevated greens with slopes off. It's just a different kind of challenge. All right.
Nothing crazy close-wise I've seen up here yet.
No.
Everyone's got the neutral colors.
My take there was not hot, right? All I'm saying is
it makes sense.
If I played Augusta, I feel like this is the other way to say it. I feel like tee to green, I could be respectable.
It's when you get close.
It's when it hits the green, if it ever hits the green.
Tee to green at Augusta, you think you'd be respectable?
Tee to green, I think a spraying golfer could be respectable, right? Advance the ball. How'd you do? I was in the rough, and then my second shot, I got to 100 yards out. Then I missed the green by 3 feet, and then I 6-putted. You know? Is that crazy? It's not Bethpage tee to green, right? Bethpage tee to green is misery.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It's not like that. We do have some green carpet news.
Okay.
The sweater that Victor Hovland was wearing the other day.
Matthew Pavon is wearing it
He's
today.
wearing it on the course right now.
Today, yeah. I saw that.
Hovland, I didn't think was going to wear it on the course. This guy's wearing it on the course. All right. A sweater. An Augusta sweater. Also, I think the backwards hat guy is back wearing a backwards hat. I just saw a picture of him.
You mean the upside down hat?
He's not upside down.
Upside down hat.
He's not golfing yet, but he's on the grounds, and I see a picture of him.
Is he peeing off of the Hogan Bridge?
I can't believe that's what happened.
Is he double dipping chips in the clubhouse?
Just having him being the most impolite, like just around the facility.
Did he walk out of the bathroom with toilet paper on his heel?
What else did he do this week? He put fish in the microwave in the locker room.
He's changing his shoes at the first tee box.
Yeah. No, he's cutting his toenails at the first tee box right now.
Yeah. Your friend there.
I needed a different champion.
Your
for this
ally in upside down hattedness.
Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number to join us here on a Friday. It's Masters Friday, and Justin Rose is out there. One quick thing, Bob Herrick, great sports writer, golf writer, books, covers golf. He pointed out there was a little bit of overnight rain at Augusta, and that might help the early players have softer greens and have a little bit better outcome. So if Rose could put up a score, he might get out there and kind of eliminate a bunch of guys from contention. He's already -7. Like if he got it to 12, that would do some work to get a lot of the field out of it, especially if it firms up later in the day. So something to consider there if you have Justin Rose in your pools or you're drafting him or anything like that. 803-0550 on WGR.
Never miss a second of Sabres Live. Rewind up to 24 hours.
to the Masters is you have to eat an egg salad sandwich while you're there. You would do it.
Is it a fully paid for trip?
If I say no, you're not going to do it.
If you say eat this egg salad full sandwich,
You have to eat it while you're on the grounds at Augusta.
Again,
that helps.
Full paid
Full
for. No,
I'm not paying for your flights. You can have the ticket. You can have the tickets.
Nope, not doing it.
Wow,
Not doing it.
Unbelievable.
All right, so we have a worse take than that. The good news is I'm off the hook. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Zach Jones, he's got the Extra Point Show coming up at the top of the hour. And I was alerted to the fact that if given a free ticket to the Masters, Zach would not go. No, thank you. He would say respectfully, thank you, but no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because?
I'm not giving up my phone to go into a sporting event. I'm not doing it. This is not 1960.
This is worse than the egg salad.
Yeah,
this is not
by far
worse than the egg
This is
salad.
far worse.
This is worse.
Thank you for being here to get me off the hook and get these guys.
You're not totally off the hook.
My
He's
back.
just more on the hook. He's sharing it.
Here's my thing. I don't want to be disconnected from the world. What if something happens at home? What happens?
What?
And again, it's not 1960. Why are you taking my phone away?
What could happen?
Yours is I just don't want to eat this little sandwich because it has eggs in it.
What could
And I can't get behind that.
What could happen in 4 hours that you're like, I gotta go, I gotta know.
A lot could happen.
Like what? The Angels lose a game 6-2.
hey, they're 8-4. We're gonna pipe down on the Angels' hate. I mean anything anything negative or whatever. I don't want to be disconnected. I have my phone around me all the time. Again, it's not 1960. And don't give me the whole they have someone at the grounds. They have phones. People can call you. They can find you.
Is there
in like 45 minutes?
You could just every hour go to the courtesy phone, call a friend, and say, "Has anything happened?" No, everything's fine. Oh wait, hold on. This has just come across the wire. The Bills have worked out a kicker. Like what are you worried about? What are you going to miss?
Right.
I'm not doing it. A big part of it though too is I think attending a golf tournament for me. Not high up there in terms of sporting events I want to go to, just because I enjoy just sitting on the couch, seeing all the shots, what have you, and enjoying the courses. I'd like to maybe go walk Augusta, see the Masters,
but only if they let you bring your phone.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Would you walk the course without a phone?
I mean, because I can get that done in like an hour.
Do they allow pagers at Augusta? If your problem is like an emergency, then all you need is a pager, right?
That's a great question. I'm going to say they probably don't allow.
They probably don't allow pagers.
They don't want the
it's
noise.
It's probably so outdated they don't even have it listed anymore.
And that's the thing. The arrogance of the Masters. They see a pager, they're like, "Get out of here! Come on."
Yeah.
A coach wears shorts at a practice round. Get out of here. Did you guys see that?
I did not.
I don't know the coach's name, but he was at one of the practice rounds. I think maybe Monday or Tuesday. He was wearing shorts. Like, got to change. Get out.
You have to put pants on.
Got to put pants on.
Huh. I think the phone's worse than the egg salad sandwich.
Yeah.
Him not being
All people
as
are
big of a golf
him
fan.
Is to eat a small sandwich. Eat it. You can go.
Of a thing,
and he wants to be there.
That would make me physically ill.
I don't think he'd be physically ill.
I'm telling you, I would be physically ill.
His defense of being ill from it and hating it that much is a stronger defense, even though I don't think it's that. I don't love it as a defense. It's a stronger defense than you, like, something's going to happen with your phone.
See, I don't know about the physically ill thing. We've all drank some adult beverages that we don't love, but we're like, the after effects going to be kind of fun. Egg salad sandwich, after effects going to be kind of fun. I'm at the Masters, and I want to be
if
there.
You're saying, what's it, syrup of Ipecac that makes you... I'd rather do that. It would induce my own vomiting. It's breakfast. We gotta be careful here. It's 9:40.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not afraid of throwing up. I wouldn't do it.
It would be over very fast.
It would very fast.
It'd be over in 5 minutes, and then you would enjoy the rest of the round.
I would never forget it. I would never forget it. The taste would be in my mouth forever.
You can have.
You know what this is like?
Is there a food you could have after that would cancel it out enough for you to just like?
Why are we back on me? We're supposed to be making fun of him and his phone.
I don't know where ginger is though.
We all got there. We all know it's the food one. Come on,
ginger. Listen,
anything with spice.
That's why they give you. That's why they give you ginger with sushi.
This is just like people that had a big night in their youth drinking Southern Comfort, and now when they smell it, they get sick. If I had that sandwich, I would never forget it. It would never leave my soul. That's why I can't do it.
I think that might be worth it.
Never
for the
leave
Masters.
me. There are people that they can't be. Tequila? No way. Can't do it. Got to get away from me. If I do that, it'll be terrible. So I don't want that to happen.
Is there an amount for you? Is there an amount of limited amount of time that you would be without your phone for? Like, is it just how long you will be there without it?
Yeah, it's more the fact that, like,
30 minutes.
All day I've had to, like, hand it back. No, I mean, like, if I didn't have my phone for, like, 3-4 hours, like, cool, that's fine. It's probably healthy.
What if it's, how do they even
How
do
long
it?
are you going to be at the Masters?
What if you're able to
Probably all
come
day.
and go?
I'm going all day.
What if you have to you could get to come and go? You can walk out to your car after an hour and a half and check in and then walk back.
I think you can do that.
Okay, then
I just
would
find
you do
that
that?
ridiculous. No, I find that ridiculous. They're like, no.
They want you to enjoy.
It's
you know what
more
they want?
for me. It's more the arrogance of the Masters.
Gotcha.
Like, come on, really? Like, we can't have digital cameras there. Why?
No, you can have digital
You can have
cameras.
cameras.
You can? I thought it was just practice rounds.
Yep.
Maybe.
So you're basically saying you don't want the Masters to feel like they can be the boss of you.
Yeah, because I find it absurd.
That's it.
You're not even the first major.
That's it, right? This is
You're
less
not
about
gonna-
the phones, and you want
You're
to.
not even the first
You want to
major.
stand up to the man, which is Augusta.
100%.
In this instance.
100%.
Okay.
With that being said, love Masters Week. It's phenomenal.
It is great.
I need Justin Rose to not keep playing well, though.
You can bring cameras to the practice rounds, but they are strictly prohibited on tournament
Okay, I
days.
thought it was the whole thing. It's just the practice rounds.
Arrogance.
Okay.
Arrogance. Borderline God complex from the Masters.
Isn't it the opposite? It's arrogance for you saying, you can't tell me what to
You're right.
do.
It is a little bit of you're reversing.
It's like, hey, we're having a tournament.
Yeah.
If you'd like to come to it, you can't have these things. How dare you?
I'll accept that. I'll accept that. I'll absolutely accept that.
And they used to have, they still do have some pretty serious restrictions. There used to be no women, and of course,
geez.
Racism and sexism. There's a history of that.
I think a part of it, is I'm like, I'm forcing you into the future. We are getting to the present.
The name itself has been a controversy in the past.
Yeah.
The name of the tournament. The one thing I do like about the no phones, though, is one thing that is dumb, I think, about like phone culture or whatever, is when someone's making a final putt and everyone in the you see the camera shot from behind the crowd, and it's just a series of 100 people that all have their phone out taking the same picture.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
That's dumb.
I can't
and
stand
avoiding that,
Yeah.
I can appreciate that.
That's the thing.
Augusta.
I can't stand it. For me, more again is the arrogance of Augusta, and also I don't like being disconnected from the world. I'd like to be able to take pictures of what's going on, small stuff, what have you, and I can't even do that.
He wants to post on Instagram that he's at Augusta.
I think I have
and he
maybe
won't be
2
able
pictures
to.
on Instagram.
Okay,
For
so
instance,
maybe not
let's just go through the most recent things the Masters currently do not know right now. For instance, it's just come down that Josh Johnson signed a 1-year deal with the Commanders.
Oh, it's big.
I don't want to miss that.
Big.
You would have missed that. You don't want to miss that. He was a 5th-round pick in 2008. He's now played on 15 teams. Josh Johnson.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Including the Bills. He was here for a second.
He was here with the Bills, huh?
He was the backup quarterback of the London-Jacksonville game. Tyrod was hurt.
I feel like he's been everywhere.
He was what I remember about that game. He's on the Bills. I don't know if he's here for much more than a couple weeks.
No, probably not.
But he's here for that game, and Tyrod's hurt. So EJ starts, and obviously he threw like 3 interceptions in the first half or whatever, and it was horrible. And I remember that's an early Bills Twitter debating, can they even take EJ out? Like, Johnson signed here 5 days ago. Like, does he even know the offense to put him in? And they left EJ in, and they almost came back and won.
I think I might
It almost
rewatch the
worked out.
2013 draft week. I just remember that whole spring just trying to build up Ryan Nassib in my head.
See,
as potentially a guy to go get.
He is right. We couldn't have Josh Johnson story time at Augusta if he didn't have his
Y'all
phone
are
on
forgetting like the big one too. We would miss Aaron Rodgers signing with Pittsburgh, and we couldn't make fun of it.
Is that happening today?
Probably. No, it's not necessarily happening today. It'd just be you'd be at the Masters, and it'd be your luck you couldn't make fun of the Steelers.
I went on a 6 to 7 day rafting trip through the Grand Canyon with no phone.
How was that? Was that good?
To not have a phone for 6 days?
Probably
it's
pretty
fine.
good, yeah.
What year is this that you didn't have your phone, though?
2014.
Okay.
All right.
13.
I thought he was going to say 2004, and I'm like,
No.
man, come on.
No, it was no phone for 6 days. I mean, I had it, but
yeah,
no signal. Yeah.
Yeah. Surprisingly, at the actual Colorado River inside the canyon, there is no phone service.
Stunning.
There are
Stunning.
Right.
There are scorpions. There are no mosquitoes.
Right, so there's no point of even having your phone because it's not going to work anyway.
No, there are also tarantula hawks. I saw a tarantula hawk.
What?
Yeah. You know what that is?
No.
Google it.
Oh my
Google
gosh.
it.
I remember Googling it. It's like
Don't
horrifying.
Google it if you're scared of spiders. It's
I'm
terrible.
not.
It's not a
I'm not.
spider. It's a wasp.
It's
Well, it looks like a spider.
No, it
doesn't.
It takes out spiders.
You're thinking of Read another thing like this.
I'm thinking of that big spider in Australia. It's like a type of tarantula.
Maybe.
It's a fake animal.
The longest I think I've gone without my phone, I did have my phone, but it kind of files under there was no service.
Signal, yeah.
When I was at the Cleveland Cavaliers parade, which was the most chaotic place I've ever been in my entire life.
It's not that chaotic. I mean,
I got separated from my group. So I am by myself in downtown Cleveland, and because there were so many people, my phone did not work for 4 hours. So I went 4 hours just roaming downtown Cleveland. And it was a circus, and your phone didn't work. So there was no point. You might as well not had it.
Yeah,
that's probably the longest though.
I wish I didn't have my phone because right now I just had somebody send a mock draft on Twitter that includes the Bills taking a tight end at 30.
Tyler Warren, baby.
Like to throw my phone into a river.
A real mock draft? Someone did a simulator.
It's just some person that did a mock, and they gave the Bills a tight end.
I think I saw this. It is Tyler Warren, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, I saw that.
Not even entertaining it. Not going to get mad about it.
You guys excited for Kenneth Grant?
Yes. I'm very excited for Kenneth Grant.
Does Bruce give him 78? That's the real question. The answer is no.
No, he's retired.
Yeah.
803-0550. We'll close things out. Extendo Sports. We got more guys on the range. Is this Oberg?
I've got
Oberg looks sharp today.
He kind of flipped the colors.
Sharp. I like it.
He flipped the colors.
I've
got either trivia or there's an NHL record that could be tied, and the team's got to decide if it's worth going for in the final 3 games of the season.
Okay.
You want it now or you want it in Extendo?
Tell us an Extendo.
All right.
All the news airs first here. Guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550. 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
We were talking about records the other day and chases. Nothing's going to touch Ovechkin. Connor Hellebuck, 45 wins yesterday. He's the 7th goalie to ever do that. He has 3 games left and he's 3 off the record. Should they care?
No.
He can only tie it.
Yeah, no way.
What if he could have broke it? What if he had 4 games left?
No. You're not going to burn him.
Worth it?
Not going to burn him out right for the playoffs. No.
For the most wins in a season ever?
Yeah, not going to do it.
The other 7, by the way, if you're interested, Braden Holtby, Marty Brodeur, Luongo, Nabokov, and Mika Kiprusoff.
Mika Kiprusoff, former Flame. Kevin Price, our buddy from PGAtour.com, had this note. It's about Rory. Mickelson won the Masters, the Open, and the PGA. 6-time runner-up at the U.S. Open.
Yep.
Spieth won the Masters, the U.S. Open, and the Open Championship, all before age 24.
Mm-hmm.
No PGA. Rory, all 3 majors except for the Masters by age 25. 10 years later, nothing. So it's not like he's alone in this arc. Mickelson is just much older, and he's won more recently, but Mickelson is 6 runners-up.
Yeah,
at the U.S. Open, including 1 complete choke on the 18th.
Wing foot, right? Driver off the driver off the tee, hit it in the tent.
Yep. The career Grand Slam is a very tough one. So Anyway, he's got some work to do.
Would Scheffler? What does Scheffler need
for the career Grand Slam?
Yeah,
he's not
2.
I think he's not won the Open Championship. And
he hasn't won it. He has only won the Masters. He's only won the Masters.
Yeah.
Okay, so never mind.
He's won it twice. So he's on his 3. On his way. He's trying to get 3. He only has 13 career wins. It feels like more.
It feels like 25.
Because when golf
feels
starts,
like way more majors.
Yeah, when golf starts, he just wins 3 of the first 5 events and gets off on these crazy starts.
Yeah, I was trying to find if anybody else is like is even close to the career Grand Slam. I guess you mentioned Spieth is, but Spieth isn't playing like
doesn't Schauffele have 2 of the 4?
I think that's right.
He had not won a major, and then he wins 2 of them.
Koepka has 2 of the 4. Koepka's got 5 majors, but he only won 2 of them.
We got to go. All right. Thank you. Cheers.
WGR.